mode thing is super, super helpful, because when you drop a block into the editor, by default, it's going to show you what the output is, what the rendered version is. But if you're using something, and you'll see this later on, if you're using, like, let's say a repeater row that has got like 5 or 6 columns worth of fields in it, trying to edit those in that little sidebar, it just looks like crap. You can switch where it says preview. You can actually switch that to say edit. And then what happens is when you drop that block onto the editor, you get all of the editable fields kind of right there in the editor. And we'll look at that one once we get down there a little bit further. And then finally, we've got the render template. So again, name necessarily doesn't matter as much as long as it matches. This is the bottom half of that blocks.json. And this is really those supports. That's really the controls, because when you're talking about blocks, there's tons of stuff that you can do. You can do the alignments. You can do the anchors. If you want to have custom colors and let people drag and drop those things. So much of this stuff is kind of built in to WordPress that you kind of gain access and you gain all of these benefits by doing very little, which is awesome. I mean, I'm lazy at heart, so lean on stuff that somebody else did for you. So that's the blocks.json file. All right, so next we've got, okay. So this is kind of me filling one out. So you can see I've called the first one example 1. It's called call to action. It's going to be in the categories. I'm going to use the megaphone. CTA, call to action, as my keywords, and we're going to preview it. So there you go. Catch up. Go for it. All right, so now kind of want to render it. So we've got that block. We've already registered it. We did that at the beginning. So now we want to kind of make some HTML. So this is the render file. Up at the top, I am writing it in PHP, but you'll see I immediately break, like, it's written in PHP, and so that top part is just like a content block. Honestly, you don't even need that. I could have skipped those first 10 lines. Really, it's that div down there at the bottom. And so I've got one outer div for my block. And this is an absolutely very, very simple block. And what I love about things like this is if you have a call to action where it's going to literally be the exact same across the entire site, and your user doesn't need to edit anything, don't make it overcomplicated for them. Don't tell them this is where they edit this. Don't tell them this is where they edit that. You can basically build this where here's the class. I'm going to write some styles for it in just a second in the other file. Want to learn more? It's an Ahref that points to the contact page. Once I go and style it on the next slide, now that button is ready to go. This is call to action that if they go ahead and drop this, go ahead to the next slide. Oh, it's going to work. Look at that. Hey, call to action. I'm going to drop that over there. And there you go. So this is in the editor, and this is what they would see. And like the style was already there. So that right there took me the grand total of about 4 minutes to do. Piece of cake. Super simple. And now I think if we go to the next slide, there you go. There it is on the front end. A very exciting call to action. One of the slides that I accidentally slipped over and you didn't get to see was where I said that the guy who was on stage is not a designer. So it's going to become very apparent as we go through these slides that you will be very nice to the non-designer. All right. So there you go. So this is now a call to action, and they could put this into columns. They could put it wherever they want, but it's going to now look the exact same across the entire website. So now the fun starts. Now we say we want to provide them. Obviously, you're not going to just build blocks where they can't edit anything. So if we take a look at the next slide, now we can start looking. So I've added down there at the bottom, you can see I've just added a simple paragraph text. This is one that you've all have seen. And when you're on it, you get that little edit bar. They can align their text, over there where that 3 is over there, which I would totally be laser pointering at right now if the laser pointer worked. You can see that they could select their colors, and to do those things, those just come into the support. So you can see where I've now turned on the alignment for true, and under colors, I said, yeah, I do want to mess with the text color, and I want to let them mess with the background colors. And then, also the alignment. So if we take that, so now if I turn those on for my block, you can now see I've got the, up there, I've got the, if I want to make it full width, or if I want it to align left, or I want it to align right. And I could turn on the colors. I can turn on the advanced features so they can put in their own custom ID and things like that. So turning those things on is kind of part one of the process. Once you do this, unfortunately, we now have to write some code, because while those things are very easy to have show up, we now need to kind of tell our block how to mess with those. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. So at the very top of this particular slide, you're going to see a little chunk of testing code that I'm going to spit out. And this is it's a little print R, and it's a variable called block. And that block variable is a global variable that comes in as part of WordPress when you're messing with blocks. I didn't set it up, it's just there. But when you do this, you're going to see all of the data that's kind of associated with that block. So it'll show you like what supporters are turned on, or if there's fields and whatnot. We'll take a look at that in just a second. I got to remember exactly everything that was going to be on here. So right there. So now the first thing I'm going to add is I'm going to add the support to handle that anchor. And so if you know what an anchor is, it's like the ability, if you want a link that says, I don't want to link to a whole page, I actually want to link down to the spot where the contact form is. So that's what an anchor is. So we already turned on the support for it, but now I kind of need to write some code to make that happen. So I'm going to just add inside the anchor, I'm just checking to see if the block anchor has any data filled in. And if it does, then I'm going to turn that into a little bit of HTML, and I'm going to spit that out as part of that rendered div. And so when that happens, we can now, let me see if, oh yeah, go ahead. So this right here is that block variable. So now you can kind of see all of the different pieces of that data. And I know I failed to point out something. Go ahead. So inside of that block variable, you can see this here. Like you can see where I set the alignment. I wanted it to be wide. And then you can see I set the anchor to something called anchor name, because I'm very creative. And the class name was called alternate styles. The background is this, and the ID of the block was that. So all of those pieces are now available to me that I could then kind of spit out as part of my block somewhere. So go ahead and go to the next slide, and I'll show you. First, we had that anchor at the very top, and now I need to do a little bit of management of those styles, which let me just zoom this in a little bit for myself. So at the top, I'm basically setting a class name, and that class name is something that is specific to this particular block. But if they then use that block multiple times on the page, all of those are going to use that same CSS, and so you kind of get all of that benefit across all your blocks, which is very nice and pretty simple. Then I needed to add the support. That next little line of code there is for adding that alignment, which is whether it's going to be widescreen or align left or align right. And then after I turn those into a little bit of variables there, now you can see in my render block down at the bottom, I've just kind of added that to that outside div for the entire block. So I'm spitting out the anchor, and I'm spitting out some class names. So once those class names are now associated with that particular block, if you go to the next slide. Yes, there we go. This is super hard to see, especially if you're like past like, you can kind of see, this is me looking at the block in the inspector. You can kind of see that it says, here's the div, the ID is called anchor name, the class is example-1, alternate styles, and align wide. So I kind of brought all of my variables from before. I kind of brought them in, and now they're here. So when we do that, so now I can handle all of this. This right here is a slide that I am not going to talk about. This has to do with kind of handling all of the colors stuff, like all of the pickers. This code is a little finicky. It's a little fun getting it all to work. I'm leaving it here so that after this, when you go back, you can take a look at this code. Just go copy and paste a lot of this code, and it's going to just work for you. It's not that it's hard, but WordPress kind of made a change to using like interesting variable names, and yeah, it's not as easy as just saying, oh, I want it to be yellow. So anyway, those show up in the class names. Dig into it afterwards. It'll be a lot of fun. So the end result is we're now allowing our, you can see that I've done, oh, go to the next slide. Sorry, I did. I chose blue and I chose a gray background, and now custom block that has very few options. So I can basically kind of limit the user to only have access to their color palette for their entire website. So now those colors that they're, as long as they're picking, as long as they're not putting white on white, they should be able to kind of keep all of their buttons looking like the rest of their site without having to go and put orange on top of red. Again, I'm a designer. I'm not a designer, so I would totally do that. So the next thing that we're going to do is once you kind of make that first block and you have dealt with kind of getting your ID set up and that anchor tag set up and those colors and those backgrounds, like a lot of that code, once you set that up once, you can basically save that first one, and you can even leave it in there and maybe even not even register it, but save it as kind of like your default starting point for the rest of the blocks that you're going to kind of build over and over and over again. So you can basically just kind of clone that block into a new folder, change the name of the folder to something new, and you've basically kind of got like a 50-yard head start on building your next block. So that's one of the things that I'm a big fan of doing, is like trying to cut out the amount of time that we have to do this. So in this next little section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an actual block where we're going to start using advanced custom fields to kind of bring in some fields. So let's say that I was trying to build a team member block, and I want to be able to display all of my team members on a page, but I want it to be super dead simple for somebody to add an image that's going to be the right size, the right shape, aligned properly, and I know all of the data that they are going to fill in. And if things go well, they can't screw it up, because we don't want our clients screwing up the stuff that we built. So here's my that JSON file, example 2 called team members. Description, style is the same, formatting. I changed the icon to be a little business person, some keywords, etc. And even though I said that I was going to clone that other one for the sake of this code, because I wanted to kind of simplify it, I did turn off a lot of that other stuff that I would have been there. So know that normally I would have left that on, but I've turned it off for the sake of this particular demo. And the only one that I left was that anchor, because man, I love being able to kind of drop down to that anchor. So you can still see that I've got that anchor div, and I just hard coded the class name called example-2. So now I can write some CSS and attach it to example-2, and it's going to just kind of bring those styles in for me. So I've got my outer div. You can kind of see it lined up there at the very end. I've got my outer div, and then inside of that, I've done 2 divs, one for the headshot, and it's got its own class name, team headshot, and then I've got a team-info separate div, and inside of there, I just put a couple of bits of placeholder text, so you can kind of see it says headshot. That's where that's going to go. That's where the name's going to go, the role, and their optional link. Okay, so that's what it looks like at the absolute very beginning. Do not forget, because this will trip you up, if you don't go back to the index file and try to register that second block, You are going to do all of this work. You're going to mess with the block. You're going to mess with the render. And you're going to load up your page. And you're going to try to add it. And you're going to, where the hell is my block? It's not showing up anywhere. I forgot to render it. I forgot to register it. I do this about 50% of the time, forgetting to register it. So it's pretty good. Yeah, so always go back as soon as it's ready, especially if you're coding on your local. You're not going to break anybody's site, so you can kind of register it immediately, and nobody cares. Only you. All right, so now that we registered it, we can go in and jump back to the very beginning. I told you about a folder called ACF-JSON. So ACF has this amazing piece of functionality, which when you save a grouping of ACF fields, which we're going to do right after this, you can set up something called a save location and a load location. And basically what I'm doing is I'm saying, Advanced Custom Fields, when I make a new group and I hit save, I want you to save the information about that group into this folder. So it's going to put it into my VGS plugins path / ACF JSON. So now what happens is I can make this block and I can make this ACF group of fields, and it'll be stored inside of my plugin. So if I zip this plugin up and I give it to somebody else, as long as they have my plugin and Advanced Custom Fields, they don't have to manually go and create the same field groupings in Advanced Custom Fields. So it's already done for them. It's a huge time saver, and it really stops people from typos and things like that. So, and when I say stops some people, it stops me from doing that. That's highly important. So this is another one of those chunks of code where you throw this into your index.php file and you never have to think about it again. It just carries along, and it is glorious. One of my favorite features of ACF. So now I'm going to jump into Advanced Custom Fields. I've already created a group called block team member. And when I'm making my blocks, I always start them with the name block, whatever it is. This keeps them all nice and grouped. It's very easy. So here's a name, which is going to be a text field, the role, which is going to be a text field. A headshot, when you're dealing with images, there's like 3 different ways of dealing with them. For me, I'm going to spit it back out as an image array, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And then if we scroll down to the very bottom, now that I've created this group, and also one of the reasons why you want to register your block early is because when you are creating this group, this is a long GIF. Whew. Under these settings, you say, I want this group to be associated with a block, and the name is equal to, hey, there's our block team member. So that doesn't show up if you haven't registered the block first. So register it first, then come make your grouping, and then it'll be there. And this is, as soon as I hit save on that, go ahead and slide to the next slide. You can see inside of my example blocks, ACF JSON, you can see a JSON file that just got created by ACF for me. So that is all of the settings, the fields. You have a question? Okay, cool. So that's all stored in there. So now if we load this up somewhere else, all that field is just ready to go. So, all right, so now I've got my new block. I'm going to go ahead and throw it onto my page, and you can kind of see over here on the right-hand side. Well, let's start over on the left-hand side. Those are all of my fields for this block that I've added. And you can kind of see over there, I've got a spot for the name, I've got the role, I've selected my headshot, and I've got my optional link to my website. But if you look over here on the, thank you. If you look over here on this side where the example is, you can still see that it's already just spitting out the that HTML that I put in there, the headshot, the name, the role, etc. I put in my placeholders. So those are kind of ready to go. And you can kind of see, oh, perfect, you're good. Nope, you're good. So now that we've done those things, we kind of need to start messing with that data. We need to kind of start pulling that in. I have 10 minutes and 20 slides. This is going to be great. We're going to talk fast. All right. So the first thing I need to do is I need to go grab, if you're familiar with working with advanced custom fields kind of behind the scenes, this stuff is going to be old hat because it's very simple. Advanced custom fields has the whole get field, and it's all tied automatically to the block that it's loading. So you don't have to go and like add the post ID or any other ID. You literally say, I'm going to create a variable called name, get the field called name. Sweet, the name is now attached to the variable. I'm going to do that for the role. I'm going to do that for the headshot. I'm going to do that for the link. And you're going to notice that down here at the bottom, I've said, I want to do a little bit more debugging. Show me what the headshot variable looks like. And we're going to do that because it looks like this. There's a ton of data inside of that one variable. What the URL is, what the size is, what the alt text is, what the this, that, the other, blah, blah, blah. So depending on how you like working with and how fine-grained you want to mess with the images, there's like 3 different ways, at least 3. So what I've done here, this is kind of that same chunk of code from a second ago, but up at the top, you're going to see I've done name, get field, and then I leave it over there at the end. That's like it's a little quick ternary that says, if they haven't filled anything in yet, just put in the word name. We're going to just use name as my placeholder. And then same thing for the role. I'm going to use the word role. You can actually do it on a headshot too. I don't like doing that. If I'm going to do it, I usually, if I'm going to put a default image in that spot, I would switch and use the image ID, because that way if it's associated with the, like if you're doing this on a client, you can say, I'm going to upload this to your website. I know that it's ID 1234, and you can put that as the default. And so then every time they drop that on there, so go ahead and go to the next slide. And you can kind of see now that I've kind of added those variables in. Over here on the left is kind of the rendered version, but over on the right is that one where I dropped it in and it's filling in some defaults for me. So if I'm handing this off to a user, to my client, they're going to go, oh, I'm supposed to type in the name here. And they could just click right there and just start typing in the name, or if the role or whatever. And so you can kind of see over there on the right-hand side, they haven't filled anything in for that one yet, but this one over here is. So go ahead. Oh, yeah. All right. So cool. I already talked about this. So you can see I switched it to the edit mode, which ends up bringing it up looking like this. So now they get to edit their, it's a diverse team. Me and Tyler there. But you can kind of see how they get to edit those fields inside of the block area. So there's, you can kind of see how it gives them some space. All right. Advanced custom fields. Literally, I just showed you the text field and I showed you the image field. But advanced custom fields has got a crap ton of other fields that you can use, maps and ranges and repeater fields. All of those things, once you are at least even slightly comfortable with using advanced custom fields already, bringing those into your block is almost, it's a no-brainer. Like I feel like I didn't really have to learn all of that much new stuff to make this stuff work. And it becomes very simple and very quick. Advanced Custom Fields has absolutely amazing documentation as well, which is great because you can go and get a snippet like this off of their site for, well, this is one of the ways that you can work with the image. You can literally copy this and paste it into your block, change out the get field name. So mine was called headshot, and that's going to work. It's going to just work. Which blows me away every single time. I'm like, I have to change very few elements. So I mention all of this because really what I'm trying to get at is this stuff doesn't have to be rocket science. Like you can kind of go through. So here's like go to the next slide. Sorry. This is an example of the for each field. I'm going to, so somebody says, Node.js. So like I'm very much a Node.js guy, but that's because I don't really know JS. But somebody said, can you use JS? Go ahead one more time. This is a block that I created that is a slider. I brought in the Slick Slider library took me about a half an hour to get working. And then I ended up having a slider on the bottom right under me and Tyler. Go ahead to the next slide. Go ahead to the next slide. All right. So a while back, at the end of last year, I created a Udemy course on this exact topic, and it goes a fair bit deeper into what I could rattle off in 40 minutes. If you go there within the next 2 weeks, I think it's about 2 weeks, so do it fast. If you go to that URL, it'll redirect you. You can have the course for free. I would love to hear what you think about it. So on top of that, my contact is John at Vegas Geek. You can reach out to me if you have any questions. Whew, that's a lot of words. I'm going to be here all day today. So if anybody has any questions, you want to look at anything, code examples, etc., happy to meet up and chit chat about that. With that, I will say thank you all for coming. Do you have any questions? Say that. I'm sorry. One last time.
With the color picker options, all the customization, how much does that affect your site speeds? Like if you were to have those blocks on several sections or several pages,
so the question is, does adding like the color, the blocks, how does that affect site speed? I think the answer is completely negligible. I mean, it's because what I'm end up doing is I'm actually registering the style, so it's really just the style sheet that needs to pull that in. So I think the answer is it's pretty negligible.
When would you choose between, say, a pattern which blocks content versus a block or an
So the question is, when would you choose between a pattern versus like a block, like a custom block? For me, like a lot of times, patterns are great as long as, like, a lot of times when I'm building custom blocks, I'm doing it for a client, and I'm doing it. Sometimes it's self-preservation, and sometimes I'm really just trying to put guardrails around what a user is going to be able to do. And especially if it's something where it's like those team member ones. Yeah, they could drag an image in there. Yeah, they could put a this or that or the other. Like, you can do all of those things, but if you already know that it's going to be the exact same every single time, isn't it easier to just kind of drop them one thing? So I don't know. It's, I think it's personal preference, I think, sometimes, but a lot of times for self-preservation. Robert, what'd you have back there? All right, we'll talk later. All right, cool. Is that it? Are we? Oh, almost. You almost got to go to lunch.
well, it's related to the speed. There's so many style sheets in each folder, creating for each render file. Couldn't you put those all in one style sheet?
So the question was, since there's so many different style sheets for so many different, for every single one of the blocks, couldn't you kind of put those all in one? Short answer is yes. I believe if that block is not added to a page, the style sheet doesn't get loaded. So if you don't have that style on a particular page, you wouldn't necessarily want all of that extra HTML or the CSS markup loading onto a page. So I think it's actually relatively smart in the way that it does it, I think. So, all right, last question. Make it a good one.
How do we get access to your slides?
You don't. No, totally kidding. On the WordCamp Phoenix site, they are so awesome. Next to every single speaker after the sessions, they should have a link to everybody's slides once they're done. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you all. Thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah. Just knock up on shirts, get about 4 more of those. Stop. That's for sure. We have people like this way, right. Well, and that's the thing you say, you see right I was volunteering. Actual, so even if all right, cool. Oh, no, same case. So we just a lot of us. So we have
people in the US, like, that was, there was no San people around. It's the strength that we have no San Diego. Oh, yeah, so really, it was like, that's all right, good meeting you. All right, thanks for stopping by. Are you numbered, like, over here? Yeah, what's up, man? Dude, I walked in, like, oh, John's here, he's talking. I walked in, like, what the hell is John? Where's the rest of you? I know. Keto it up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got to do. It's, John. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yes, so in the 2 days, you get like, going to speeches like.
She's talking tomorrow. She's like, I'm she wants to do the Twitter tomorrow. So. Yeah. Well, yeah. Did we have a giant picture? We take photos. All the bodies out of the room.
And also, there's a, like, once you get off stage, you kind of just have that. So, yeah. I would say wasn't.
Oh, you know, like a Carlton going on right now, and yeah, I'm just got health issues. No, I'm not trying to like stuff. I'm very good.
It's like something you felt like something you really style.
Okay.
Not, I don't feel like it's just probably, so, which is super important. Right? That's something. And also, as an responsibility, the, something like the reason.
Oh, really? So,
Okay. Or what it is. Okay, so, yeah.
dude, I'm sorry about tacos and molds.
Well, guess what? That's like you.
Is she here? Oh, do you know the camera?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Now, I will add for the, maybe the one section. Yeah. And then also. Yeah.
So busy. Oh, just want to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I know this already. Three big things there. So,
Oh, yeah. Oh, liquor and soda.
but there you
I'm gonna go, you got it.
yeah, it's good. Try to see it. See big call.
Okay.
Well, I know, but you don't plan it out. You get like over the back. That doesn't work because now your entire brain is going on. And that's a bad mindset for that. The other thing, can we like stop eating, have dinner, stick, and then you're done. That's it. Other than that, drinking 100 ounces of water.
That's a lot.
I always diet, I mean, feed yourself because you're on call. I know I was just about 5 minutes ago. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's great. Okay. Yeah, those are all.
I know, but this is the thing. It's like you want to something in the check.
Okay.
You focus on. It's not all fix 20%.
Yeah. And I mean, those things we're talking about makes sense.
Right.
So, you know,
Without even focus on, without even losing your body. You're just like, oh, this is just how I do it.
what was your
245.
almost 300 or maybe that. I was
stores, slices and water, and serve, they're all in the quantities of food, whatever. This is like, example, after a couple of months, we kind of made a couple of things. And I didn't.
Once you mark, I think they would have sampled another person.
Right, I know, after last time. You don't have sandwich and take all of the, on 4 sandwiches, you pick up all
Yeah, exactly, yeah, I mean, see, I got my
What's your topic for non-free speaking? Nice.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to sit.
I guess it's your problem to be around.
Oh, yeah, no.
I left my cup in here and I like realized.
It was like a spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of, we kind of got out of here really quick.
Was this your, fault?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go home and, watch them online.
Yeah, it's just streaming, that's what they asked me. Streaming one file, you know?
I do.
But more swag, we were, more swag. We were like that, swag.
Not a collector. I'm a minimalist.
I don't mean to be good at this, but
It's all mine. But yeah, I was looking at it. So, I'm right home. It's just because where I live, by the way, it's long, it's like, it'll take me an hour and a half, so I do now. Oh, I do, and I mean, I'm in this like little concept.
Well, you done me and you bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. I fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 and love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God-forsaken right to be loved, love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Do do, but do you want to come on? Scooch on over closer, dear, and I will nibble your ear. Soon, whoa.
No, just so you guys get an understanding of what it is that we're going to talk about today, I have a celebration in mind of what the WordPress project is, and a little bit about why we choose WordPress at ASU Engineering and why it's a good fit for a lot of different people here. If that is super interesting to you, or if that is something you want to hear, you're welcome to stay put. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself here, and kind of give you a background. Good to meet you all. I am Steve Ryan. I'm a WordPress developer for ASU Engineering. ASU as an institution is primarily a Drupal-focused content management system world. ASU Engineering has adopted WordPress since before I got there, probably, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. When the university pivoted to a centralized Drupal product, the group of people that were managing websites at ASU Engineering decided that they would rather continue using their customary products to do their job rather than learn a new thing. So ASU Engineering kind of stuck out as a sore thumb from that point forward. We've always owned our own tools and our own processes and kind of flown in the face of the stuff that's happening with the rest of the university. That is slowly changing, where we can meet in the middle, and I can talk ad nauseum about that, but that is off topic at least a little bit. I joined ASU Engineering in 2016, and I work with a really, really talented group of people in the communications and marketing squad for ASU Engineering. They are sitting in these 2 rows right over there. If you guys are here, like, raise your hands and say hello. ASU, see, I have a whole plant of people in that section over there that's going to help me tell this story. I told them all lunch was included. We're going to buy you tickets. You should show up. So that's why they're here. It's a day off of work, right? You can just hang out. A little bit more about the Fulton Schools of Engineering. We are the largest, most comprehensive engineering program in the United States. That is a really cool thing to be able to say. We are the largest and most comprehensive engineering program in the United States at this point. A little bit more than 30,000 students enrolled in fall of 2022. We have 25 undergraduate programs, 48 grad programs, about 350 faculty members, 7 schools of engineering represented across the entire breadth of engineering disciplines. So if you want to learn how to make something or learn how to make it better, we can probably find a person that's a really good expert in it. That's the type of challenges and the scale that we operate on are that way. I gave you a little preview about what I'm going to talk about, but what I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you the Just Do It story that comes from my own introduction to WordPress, why I'm here up on the stage right at the moment, how I got started and where I'm coming from, right? And then I'm going to flip that story around a little bit, because there's an alternate way to think about that, which we'll get into here in a little while. And then I'm going to talk about values, at least, and come to an understanding of why values matter, like in the work that you do and how you approach that work, and why it matters to align them with the places and people that you interact with on an everyday. And hopefully arrive at a point where we can celebrate something which we haven't done as a community for a while. So I want to put our hands together. So this is my background, and this is where where I started learning to code. So what you're looking at is the array of monitors that is in one terminal at the 911 Regional Dispatch Center for Phoenix Fire Department. I wore that. That is not me. That just came from yeah, I've shaved my head once, actually. I did shave my head at some point, but that is definitely not me. But this is where I learned WordPress. I started learning WordPress as a dispatcher because I needed something to do to keep me awake during night shift, if you can believe that. So when you start as a dispatch center, you work overnight, so just, a couple minutes between phone calls, it's enough time to like think about something. And I found out that the more I was active in trying to puzzle things out with my brain and keep it going, it kept me awake the whole night. So, and it was a good approach, right? Previous to me getting hired and being a dispatcher for the fire department there, I had always kind of tinkered with WordPress. I built my own blog. I built like projects for other people, that kind of stuff. I was signing myself up on WordPress.com, paying the $5 a year, whatever it was, to unlock the CSS thing for that particular platform, and then, writing different rules to change colors. And I thought that was cool. It was the best thing ever, right? And found out that you could do a lot with CSS. Like a lot can change when you just start messing with the layout of pages of things, right? And then, yeah, I started working for the fire department and needed something to, and was getting more interested in that space. and started studying it, started like pulling down things on a local development tool, started looking at the core code of WordPress, starting to unlock themes and understand what they were made of and how to build them from scratch and do that kind of thing. I was learning about hooks and getting to know jQuery, like deeply jQuery, right? Yeah, once I was in that space, I discovered that I ran out of my own projects pretty quickly. Like I could only tinker with my own stuff so often, but I was immersed in a world of firefighters, and firefighters all have side jobs. Every single one of them has like something that they do when they are not at the station because they have days off at a time where they can focus on that. So firefighters' side jobs, their side hustles, what they were doing before they became firefighters became my side hustle. They needed marketing help and communication help for the things that they were building and the things that they were doing. And I was able to stand up websites right from the dispatch center for them so that when they got up in the next morning, they were ready to go. Worked out really great. It was like a offshore overnight system, but really in-house, right? Yeah, so at some point, I figured out that the passion that I had for building websites and tinkering with code and solving problems in that way was leading me in a direction that was not related to the dispatch center. That's a surprise, right? Like two things are not related in any way, shape, or form, but I was finding myself more and more driven towards this other world. And I had a decision to make, right? I was in that proverbial fork in the road, and I had a choice to make. I was in a place that, was honorable and saved lives and was really driven and focused and there's something really special about knowing that you did everything possible in somebody's worst moment. Like if I was on the phone with you, you were not having a good day, but at the end of our conversation there was at least help coming. We did something to like help alleviate the problem or save a life, or it gets bigger than that. And that was, that service oriented, I'm doing everything possible to help people kind of attitude is definitely in my ethos. Like that's who I am and what I do at the core. But this other path that I was also learning about had this vibe to it that was hard to explain, right? It was creative. It was like exploratory, right? There's just so much to unlock. Now that I got into now that I understood some CSS, now I can dig into, PHP a little bit more. I can dig into like the query loop structure and how the back end of it works. And there's just so much to learn and so much to focus on. And so I was stuck, right? I was stuck wanting to figure out how to make a move from one professional life to another professional life. And I came here to WordCamp. Lean down. WordCamp 2013. Anybody have anything that has this logo on it somewhere? This is a swag item from WordCamp 2013. I was not speaking at the time, but I paid good money for this sweatshirt there, so they gave it to me. But I still have it, like in a couple dozen, like 10 years later, right? It still keeps me warm in my cold office that Jen and I share with the air conditioner that's always on the fritz. But no, I was making a move from one place to another, and I came to WordCamp to listen to people who were doing it professionally talk about the journey that they were on, to understand what it was going to take to get from point A to point B. And it was a panel discussion at the time. There were some brilliant people up here kind of doing the Q&A thing a little bit. And, I'm in the very back corner taking notes furiously. And it came to a point where like nobody talked for like 5 seconds. I was like, all right, I'm just going to ask the question that I really wanted to ask. It was like, how as a new person do you just get into this? Like, how do you make that leap? Like I'd always done it as a part-time gig, part-time hustle, something I was interested in. How do you go from that to like professionally, I'm now a developer? And the answer that I got from one of the panelists, the only one that actually answered my question directly with eye contact was just go for it, right? And drop the microphone, everybody clapped. I was like, okay, great. And that's kind of what I did. Like I just went for it. I was like, cool, all right, I'm just gonna leave this thing behind. I'm gonna go jump into this other world. And it worked. But I think when I tell that story, that there's other things in play. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today, was how that worked, why it worked. Let me grab some water. And the reason I think when you're trying to tell that story about why adopting a new thing with new values and new space works for you, there's two ways to think about it. There's the just do it. Anybody read Malcolm Gladwell's, there's a book called Blink. He talks about something called the adaptive unconscious, and that's a really fancy academic word for trusting your gut feeling about something. Like his whole book is about trust your instinct because it's normally right. Right. And that's kind of what I did, and took that person's advice, just do it. And it actually did work. But I wanted to know why. And I also wanted to know why it works for so many people in this space. Like I've had conversations with a lot of people who I've dragged into this session. So thank you for being here. I've had conversations in the hallway with a lot of you guys, and the stories that you guys have told me to help fuel this, what I'm talking about today, are the same thing. Like I just went for it. I took a leap. I've always kind of done it on the side, but now I kind of transferred into it, like publicly or professionally. There is power in trusting that process with us. And that way to think. Hang on. Okay, so I get to nerd out for a little while. I do work for a university, so we're going to get a little academic. I promise it is 3 slides only. If you have like email to check on your phone, now would be a really good time to check out. And just come back in a couple minutes. I'll give you like a heads up when it's going to happen. If you guys are academically oriented, this is good. It's building vocabulary to talk about something that's kind of funny. So, all right. So terms that companies use to talk about their work. There are lots of different kinds of statements. There is a mission statement, vision statement, a value statement, which is what I want to focus on today, and then a statement of principle or something like that. And they're related, but they're not quite the same thing. A mission statement generally tells you what it is that you do. Like, what is your business? I am in the business of engineering students. That's what we do, like at ASU. A vision statement is similar language to that, but it is intended to take you into the future. So this is what I want to do. This is where I am going. This is my vision for the future is cars with no drivers, or my vision for the future is blogs that write themselves, right? That was a joke. Like this, all the people next door are learning about that right now, right? No, a vision statement is intended to take you into the future, right? It's present and then future. Values, which is what I want to talk about right now. It's examples that define the culture that's needed to get you from the thing where you want to go to where you are right now. It's the stuff that's inside of you that makes you who you are and makes your approach to that situation unique. And at the end of that, the statement of principle. Principles are detailed statements about interactions with other people. So as you are talking about your values and talking about what you do, you also say how you do it, or this is how we're going to approach this particular problem. I'm going to be very methodical. I'm going to try to tell jokes. I'm going to be, serious or funny or whatever it is you're going to be, right? Those are principles, right? End of first slide. Value statements have 4 forms. I'm going to go through these super quickly because 2 of them don't matter. There's an espoused form, an attributed form, a shared form, and an aspirational form. The two that I want you to focus on, you guys ready for the best illustration ever? Anybody do any academic journal reading recently? If you remember your days back in college, academic journals have the most amazing illustrations in them to like talk about their concept in a very visually oriented way. This is what you get when you work when you look at an academic journal. You get this. But the one circle that I wanted you to talk about, that I wanted to focus on right at the moment, was in the lower left-hand corner, the shared values, right? The aspirational and espoused values come from a place that you don't necessarily have full adoption of that within an organization. But if you're talking about shared values, or in some ways, if you're talking about attributed values, those are values that me, as an employee of an organization or as a member of some organization, that's what I bring to the organization, or that's what I think that it means, right? So if you're value shopping, you want to make sure and just double check that the thing that you're hearing from an employee is the same thing you're hearing from the guy at the top. That's kind of no-brainer. All right. End of academic talk. If you're coming back to life now, you can put down your phones. You can shake off a little bit. Coming back. That was all I'm going to nerd out for a little while. I have to do it because, again, I work at a university, and if I didn't, then it would just be me blabbing up here for no reason, right? No. So I'm going to go back and revisit that story that I just told you about, that decision that I made, the just do it story, right? It was easy to see in retrospect why that worked for me. Like, I've gone back and looked at that story and reevaluated my own choices and be like, man, I was so lucky that I was here and I arrived at this place. But it was easy to see now that the values of the community that I found myself in through complete and total luck, the values of that community that you guys bring to this space align with what I believed then and still believe. Like, the values of the fire department, there's a statement that the fire department includes the words be nice, prevent harm, and survive in their ethos, which makes sense if you're a firefighter entering a burning building, right? You want to do it nicely, but also come out of it. Like, that survival instinct is baked into their process. My role as a dispatcher and my life in the fire department was not just about surviving. I wanted more out of that, right? I was helping people do that with what I did, but it wasn't the only thing that I was thinking about. It was aligned, but not all the way aligned. I'm always a person to challenge the status quo of whatever is happening in life. Like, I wanted to find my own path and experiment with things and try to find the right way. And if you're experimenting with people's lives, that's usually not a good outcome. Like, just bad idea. Like, stick with the things that work in the fire department world, but there's room to challenge that in this new space, right? That was where I was headed, and that's still who I am. But there's that key of like service leadership, right? I was still drawn to positions and people and processes that I could be of service to other people. This is just a different way to do that, an entirely different way to do that in a different community, but that's who I was and who I still am. So when you put those values of who I was against the values of what I was attracted to at the time, you get, this is the mission for WordPress. Like, as a product, it has a mission statement. It doesn't have a value statement because it's just a thing, right? But the purpose of WordPress is to democratize publishing. And those words are specifically chosen. The full mission statement is up at wordpress.org/about, and there's more words than this on the screen. I didn't want to burden you, but those two words, democratize publishing, it makes a huge difference to understand the position of the product that you've adopted. And it also makes a difference when the people around this particular product have adopted that mission and also values that are shared with what you're doing, right? So when I came to WordPress, or when I came to WordCamps like this one to learn about WordPress, it could have felt so different, right? If you walked into this building before and you'd seen like a help desk set up, kind of like the Genius Bar in the back of like an Apple store with like just a bunch of people hacking on things, and you stand in line, you take a ticket, and you get to go up to the front of the line, you ask your question, you get some help, and then you leave. Like, that's not this experience, right? This is the furthest thing from that you could possibly have. And WordPress and the culture around WordPress has always been about what this feels like, about what WordCamps feel like, and about why we're here talking about it and celebrating it, right? It's a celebration of learning. It is a space in which you can bring your experiences and you can bring your expertise or non-expertise or your niche like thing that you do, and celebrate it, and also understand that there are people around you that are doing the exact same thing. That's the coolest thing about being here in WordCamp and being a part of this space. It's open to everybody. It's shared, right? Like, at the end of all of this information is accessible online. You can go back and rewatch it, revisit it. It's super scary to see yourself in retrospective 10 years, like, difference. So I'm just gonna give you that warning in case you're up here next time. But it is inclusive. It is accessible. Like, you can get at it from wherever it is you are and however it is you are. And honestly, it's the people that volunteer their time to be at WordCamps like this are honored, just like I am, to give back and to try as much as possible to continue this cool thing that's happening with this space in this community. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking to you, and that's why I decided to do some crazy non-technical talk, even though I'm way more comfortable if there was code up on that screen right now. So. But I wanted to like I'm never challenged to status quo, right? I'm never satisfied with like, yeah, that's really cool, like that's great. I really want to dig into like why does it matter? Why does it make a difference to you as a developer, and why should it matter as you're a maker in this particular space? Like, why does it count? So in the small scale, it matters because it's easier to make like those small choices, to jump in, jump out, to commit fully, to not commit fully, when you understand that the things that are driving your personality can be found in this particular space. Like if there wasn't that alignment that was there between, between what I believed and what I thought that the rest of the community was practicing, or what they were showing me as I was entering that community, it would have worked, right? And I'm hoping that if there's anybody in this room that is not learning about AI and blogs right at the moment, that if you're entering this particular space because you're here for the first time, or that you're looking to come into this community for whatever reason, and whatever your journey is at this point, hopefully like there's more to that just do it conversation now than there used to be. That would be my first goal with what I'm talking about today, right? At the same time, I'm going to tell you, just do it. Like you'll land and it'll be fine. But if you really want more, like I can tell you a whole lot more. But like what happens at the bigger scale, like where ASU engineering is all about scale. Like we can solve a really small engineering problem, but the reason that we have 350 people teaching, 30,000 students on a semester by semester basis is because it's imperative to our ethos that the biggest challenges in the world right at the moment are going to need multiple people coming from that space in very diverse ways to unlock whatever it is that's next in the world, right? It's going to take people's shared collective experiences to solve really, really big problems. And the only way that happens is if when you come together, you are working together and coming from a place where the values make a difference, right? An example of that from the WordPress world. Does anybody have any swag, or this shirt in particular, or anything that says code is poetry on it? Has anybody heard that before? Raise your hands if anybody has heard that before. Yeah, okay. I fully believe that. Like it's the most amazing motto printed on a really simple t-shirt, which is, this is the 20th anniversary edition of the Code is Poetry t-shirt. There's other versions of it out there. But that ethos of code is poetry really comes from a place where every engineer that I've ever met in this particular space is not interested in building it for themselves. They're not interested in building it because the person asked them to, or somebody's paying them to. They're also interested in building it better. And they're interested in building it better for everyone, not just for that one person or for that one space or that one product. It is elevate the product to the best possible level so that everyone can benefit from it, right? And that's an alignment of values. That's somebody working in the WordPress world deciding that they're going to take on the mission of the WordPress project along with the ethos that they're coming from, and say that this is where I belong, this is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to thrive in this particular environment. It's great, right? What it results in is like companies, like multiple companies, putting out like their whole engineering playbook, their whole engineering guidelines about what the best practices are, like how you build things in the most efficient way, how you gain traction, how you put out new ideas, how WordPress can go faster and better and do different things. Like the best practices of engineering are out there, and you can go and explore them. And companies that have developed that over time could keep it in their back pocket and just say, this is why we're different and this is how we're going to make more money. But most of them choose not to. They choose to put it out there and say, look, this is what we think is the best way to do things. And I think that's amazing. Extendability in the WordPress world. Does anybody know extended, like what that word means? It means when WordPress as a whole will also be able to do a lot more than just pages and posts if you ask it to. I was like, flip side of that, don't ask it to do too much more than that. But like if you stay within the boundary of content management and try not to build a car with WordPress as its engine, like it's extendable to do darn near pretty much whatever you want to. It'll manage whatever kinds of content you can throw at it, if you know how to extend it in the way that's meant to be extended, right? So it's open source. You can get in there and you can change all of the WordPress core stuff to do what you need it to do. You can then throw your own plugins and stuff on top of it, but the product is built in a way that is built with the intention that it has a core part and it has different ways that you can plug things into it, which as as a philosophy and as an engineering product is really cool, right? It could have been a very closed loop kind of a thing where like there's only one way to get something into the WordPress project. It is this way, and I'm going to charge you thousands of dollars to even contribute to it. That could have been the ethos of this particular thing that we're using, but it's not. It's meant to be extendable, and I think that that's really cool. So, and then it's supported with open source work and lots of documentation. I think that honestly, like having written documents for our own things that we've engineered, like is behind on that particular project as we are at this point. But also trying to document everything you've built and everything behind the intent of why you built it the way that you did is hard. But engineers in this space, engineers from this particular project they devote hours and hours to like putting out these documents that are beautiful in their own right. It's not even code. It's poetry as words that are poetry, right? Documentation is poetry. And that's a really cool thing too, because it's again, it communicates that ethos of like, we're gonna solve this problem because we're gonna all come at it and be in the space together, right? So that's really what I wanted to drive to today. So I'm hoping that we together in this small room can sort of celebrate some of the wins that WordPress has had by democratizing publishing. We're also democratizing engineering. We're democratizing user experience. We're democratizing accessibility. All of those things, if you work in any of those disciplines or in anything else that is WordPress related, that is the end result of where you're at. It's not just about publishing words onto a computer screen. It is about really energizing a community of people who are driven to do it and to do it better, to learn from it, and to build a tool that will sustain people over time. I think that that is worth celebrating, and I'm hoping that you guys do too. Can I get a thumbs up or a clap? Good. All right, so that's where I wanted to go, right? We use this product to tell our stories, and our engineering team says that we shout awesome. We shout awesome to everyone that we possibly can using this particular product, but we can also understand that the product itself has its own story, and that's deserving to be celebrated. Even bigger than that, right? So what happens when big organizations like Fulton Schools of Engineering at 30,000 students and 350 teachers align their values with a community that is millions of people wide and a global scale? At the Fulton Schools, these are our values that have just recently been published, and we're celebrating them right at the moment. We cultivate excellence. We deliver innovation that matters. We foster a community of learning and collaboration. We encourage bold thinking. We build a foundation for all to be successful. These words, when they were written, echoed something in my brain that I couldn't articulate until after I kind of put all this stuff together about values. But most of these things can be found in this room with people that are attending building WordPress sites. I think that's also really, really cool. That tells me as an engineer for ASU Engineering that we are doing things in the right way. We have the right mindset. We have the tool that will help us support things, and it helps us make our own goals possible. Like we can say that democratizing publishing, which is what WordPress at its core is supposed to do, will also help us to engineer some solutions to the world's biggest problems. And that goes well beyond content management, and it goes well beyond, the work that you're doing here. Like by being a part of this particular community and choosing to create with it, choosing to give back your time to this space, choosing to help support in whatever way you do, whether it's, as a creator, as an engineer, as a designer, as a salesperson, as a marketing person, any way you approach it, like if you're here helping to contribute to this process, it just makes everything better. So for anyone that has ever answered a question for me or talked to me about WordPress at all, like this is going out to the people on TV. Thank you. Thank you for helping me become the engineer that I am today. I would not be here without standing on the shoulders and the backs and the code examples and the dialogue that has come from these kinds of spaces, right? So thank you. For anyone that now like wants to use WordPress or hopefully is really jazzed about using Word, like I'm super psyched up about using WordPress right now. Like it's work, but it's not really work. That's what it feels like. But for anyone that wants to use WordPress to publish something, whether or not it's an idea, a random thought, a formal document, like photos of your food, like what you did yesterday on the playground, like whatever it is that you're using to publish with WordPress, understand that publishing it into this particular space also helps bring back and bring awareness to this product, which is only good for the bigger ideas that can come from it, which is just super cool. And I hope that you leave this presentation with that kind of celebration and that attitude of like, hey, you know what, we're doing something bigger here. We're doing something more important. It's really cool. And then again, for that person who may or may not be in this room or maybe sitting in the back, like trying to figure out, hey, how do I get started? You couldn't have picked a better spot to land. I picked it at random. I also like to say that sometimes it picked me. It was totally accidental, but I'm really glad that I am here. And for anybody that is in that space, you are also worth celebrating, and welcome to the team. So that's my talk. Does anybody have any questions? Like, thank you for the applause. Does anybody have any questions? It wasn't, yeah. Yeah. I didn't expect too many like questions like on the stage. It's not like kind of Q&A session, but go ahead. The main WordPress project that we work on. So it's a nothing super complicated, but it is a theme for ASU engineering that expresses the brand standard of ASU. Like all of the fancy bold outline type that you see on these slides has CSS rules and a UI kit that goes with all of that. When you build digital experiences with ASU engineering, we need a product that expresses those. Most of the work at ASU Engineering has been putting that UI kit into a Drupal product that a lot of the university uses. ASU Engineering has built a competitive product to that space that does all of this work for us. And that is what my focus is. And then training people to use it, right? Like understanding that it's not just about the thing that you're building, but it's also getting people to use it, getting user feedback, understanding that particular loop. And then finally supporting these people right here who use that tool that is out there to tell their stories, which I think is amazing. Like I could build the best possible tool. Like I could help support everyone to do that, but without the actual creativity that is behind the things that are being built, I wouldn't have a job and nobody would care. So thank you guys for your storytelling. And yeah, hopefully that answered the question. Yeah? Go ahead. Have I bet on anything? Oh, have I patented anything? No. We actually build in an open source way. So if you go right now to GitHub and look for ASU Engineering on GitHub, you're going to see pretty much every piece of code that I've ever written out there in the most open way that I can make it. There are a handful of things that I can't actually reveal, but if it is WordPress related, whether or not it is a plugin, the theme that we're using, like some niche things that are out there that I've kind of written to help do things, scripts and whatnot. I put as much of it out there in the community as I can. And then I try to tell, this is how this is how you can manipulate your whole site using CLI. Like as an engineer, like we have a portfolio of 400 different sites. And at one point I had to update them all. Like, and it wasn't just like I can push one button and they get all updated. Like I had to write a script that like applied a change from dev to test to live times 400 in an overnight loop that I left on my laptop running. And it's super great. These guys are laughing in the background because I know that they have a button that does that, right? Yeah. So I could have used your button a little while ago, but instead I had to write a big giant loopy script thing using a different hosting platform to do that kind of work. But the script is out there, right? Like, so you can use it if you want to. It'll help you do the things you're doing in a small scale or a big scale, stuff like that.
I'm curious about the relationship. Let's talk a little bit more about this relationship between WordPress and Drupal at ASU. How do you? I mean, I'm imagining like roving games, like
So, yeah. So the question for the live stream was. If I could elaborate more on the relationship between the Drupal world and the WordPress world at Arizona State University. Yes, carefully, because I do have people on the other side of the fence that are listening. and that are interested in that particular conversation too. Uh, for a long time, it was WordPress was behind the scenes. It was something that we were doing that ran completely in the opposite direction of where the university was headed. And that was okay. Like, we were able to manage that in our own space, in our own time. That conversation has shifted to a space where, again, with shared values, where we can all bring our own expertise to this particular party, and we can contribute to a central like library of UI elements and ideas and brand standards that make sense but are also independent of a particular product. So that as an engineer, I can adopt that into my own tool set, and the rest of ASU can do the other thing that may not be as good. So a slight small dig there. Does that make sense? Yeah. I had one question in the back. Go ahead.
Okay, how many Stephen King books have you read? Which one's your favorite and why?
Stephen King. All right. So I have read, I will confess that I have not read all of them, but I have read the majority of them. My favorite ones are not of the horror genre, like the early Stephen King stuff, although those are really good, like picking up Carrie, and I think it is still the scariest book that I've ever read in my entire life. That's the clown Pennywise will have nightmares about it, and I choose not to tell my kids about it because I think they will too. But no, my favorite series in Stephen King is the Gunslinger series. The hero Roland climbing the Dark Tower and finally getting there after 7 books and 15 years between them and some crazy. But yes, that's my favorite epic sort of tale. And if you're really into Stephen King, which I suspect you are, it also is the central tenet to a lot of the different stuff that happens in his world. So it's I'll make an analogy. It is like WordPress, that it has tentacles that extend to everywhere all at once, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's it exactly. Want to talk about anything else? No. Thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate your time. If you guys have any other questions, I'll be over on your side.
Is this on? Oh, yeah, it is. Hi, everyone. I am so pleased to introduce today Jeremy Saxey, who's going to be speaking about blockchains and WordPress, leveraging decentralization for a more user-first, community-driven, and open web. Jeremy has been working in web technology since the days of dial-up internet. Beginning his journey as a tech support specialist, he has gone on to program small and enterprise-level websites, set up and maintain servers, own and co-own a few web companies, and continues expanding his knowledge into upcoming Web3 technologies. Gaining a degree in CIS in 2007, he is fascinated by the ability of human ingenuity to solve real-world problems. He has a passion for staying at the forefront of emerging technology with a desire to guide others into each wave of innovation with a focus on internet-based solutions. Jeremy has volunteered on WordCamp organizing teams, assisted the Arizona WordPress meetup group, and taught classes at both. He is currently a member of a decentralized autonomous organization that promotes public goods and education within the Ethereum Web3 ecosystem. Thank you, Jeremy.
All right, welcome everyone. I like to walk around, but I have to stay stationary for this, so that'll be a trial for me. Thank you for coming to my talk. Blockchains and WordPress is something that's near and dear to me, so let's talk about how we can build a more open web and how we can empower users and communities. Again, I'm Jeremy Saxey, and I work at Radiate WP. We maintain websites for our clients and kind of help manage them to kind of help them evolve along with the web so they don't fall behind. I do that professionally, working in WordPress for 15 years. Blockchain is a hobby of mine, and so I do want to emphasize that I am still learning a lot. It's a very vast and intricate space, so bear with me as I stumble through a lot of the ways that I phrase things, and that's part of the reason I'm speaking. I felt like I was hitting a ceiling and I wanted to kind of get to the next level, so I'm going to start speaking and teaching on these things more and more so I can kind of get ahead. I learned about blockchain technology in 2010. I don't remember exactly, but I remember hearing about the Bitcoin white paper pretty early on. I didn't do anything with blockchain until late 2017, and decided to lose some money in it and kind of rage quit. And didn't get back to it till late 2020, and now I've been actively losing money in it ever since. So. I had a very specific question I wanted to know in the audience. How many people here have taken crypto from an exchange, like say Coinbase, and put it into a crypto wallet and interacted with the blockchain directly? How many people? Wow, so quite a few. So that's maybe almost half. So good to know. Okay, I just want to know how far along everybody was. Yeah, that's why this is here. It's not. I'm not giving any financial advice, and I'm not even going to talk about the money aspect very much. But it is part of the story, so it will be mentioned. I'm going to be talking about the technology more and what that enables. But I do warn you, if you do get into crypto for the technology, you might stay for the memes because their meme game is on point. To understand the lens that I use to kind of think about these things, I remember learning about the internet and how it was a distributed network that that was more resilient because it didn't have any central points of failure in it. And that kind of fascinated me, the way that you could strengthen, that networks would be strengthened in that way. BitTorrent, when that came out and you had peer-to-peer file sharing, the way that you didn't download files from a server. And again, it was distributed and worked in a manner more akin to how the internet itself works. And then, of course, WordPress had democratizing publishing, and I really like that you could have your own voice and you could own your own voice, and you didn't have to go through gatekeepers. So there's kind of a theme. The way I feel about what we're doing with technology in the world is it's the concept of kind of disseminating influence outwards towards the edges to make it more resilient. And so if we're not doing that, I don't really understand what we're doing then. So this is the lens that I use. So I'm not saying it's the right lens. I'm just saying it's the one that I have. When you zoom out from humanity and you look at this time, the internet is still really new, actually. And so there's layers to it that don't exist, or things that don't work very well in it that still come from kind of the meat space world instead of being native to cyberspace. One of those things would be money. Money, for example, the internet is 24/7. Your bank is not. Money is global, or the internet is global and instantaneous. Your financial system is not. Money, the internet is kind of distributed and made up of lots of different people and networks, and money comes from a central authority. So it just doesn't behave in the way that the internet does. Another thing is ownership. We have ownership pretty well covered in the physical world, but on the internet, the concept of digital ownership wasn't really baked into the internet from the get-go, and it's been lacking. And so these are the kind of the problems we're trying to solve. So of course you had Bitcoin that kind of took a first stab at the concept of decentralized money. Nobody owns it, nobody issues it. It's kind of spread out and works in a way that the internet itself does. And then the next one there, I did put an asterisk on that. Blockchains kind of help with identity and data ideas, but that asterisk is there because I do understand that Bitcoin is a blockchain as well. And on top of that, smart contract based blockchains are much more than decentralized data. They have smart contracts, they have an execution and programmability to them. So, but for the purposes of what we're talking about today, this framework of thinking of Bitcoin blockchains and decentralized data in this manner is helpful. So that's why I'm using it. All right, so let's very briefly talk about data in Web 2 and what's kind of happened. I think this was the Economist article, came out in 2017, talked about data is the most valuable resource on the planet, even above oil. And so why is it so valuable? Because entities can use that information to influence our behavior. But there's something thinking about this. I realize there's a point between between having that data and being able to influence someone's behavior, and that's attention. So another way to think about the problem that we're in right now is that in order for that data to be, if data is the most valuable resource on the planet, then attention is the key to that. So it is also, in a way, one of the most valuable resources on the planet. And when you think about from an attention standpoint, what gets your attention better? If you're walking through a forest and you think you see a butterfly, you may or may look at it. You may or may not look at it. But if you think you see a bear, you're definitely going to look. So the bear is better getting your attention than the butterfly. But if we're navigating and we constantly think we're seeing bears everywhere, that's not very good for our mental health. So in other words, the way that data is structured in a Web 2 world, it's creating a misalignment between our attention and the well-being of humanity itself. So that's kind of the problem, the dilemma we're in right now. To kind of help with that, we have things like privacy laws that are emerging. The privacy laws, in essence, what they're doing is they're trying to make data become a liability also on top of an asset. And that's essentially what they're doing. So I feel like this is the general direction we're all moving in order to solve this. And so I think we should just kind of leapfrog the whole process and speed it up. So I want to give a couple frameworks of ways that we can think about data so that our culture around data should change. Let's just do it. Let's just start moving and start thinking about it differently. So for example, from a website owner standpoint, when we build a website and we're taking in personal data for ourselves or we're making a website for our clients, we're also handing them a liability. There's a legal liability there now. So we need to start thinking personal data is a legal liability. So from that perspective, you want to lessen your liabilities or eliminate them if possible. So we don't want that personal data in our database if we don't have to have it. Let's just start thinking that way. And that's the goal to reach. We're not there yet, of course. And from a website visitor standpoint, they have all this data about us and their influence and our behaviors and our actions and the things that we do are in there, and they're pieces of our identity that we don't get to control, that we don't have access to. So from a website, from a visitor standpoint, I would really love it if we started thinking along this lines, that if you don't own your data, you don't own your identity. So if you don't own your data, you don't own your identity. And from that standpoint, when I go to a website, I want to give you the least amount of data about myself as possible, or none of it if I don't have to. I would rather keep that information on the blockchain where I have keys to it and I determine who has access to it and I can revoke that access. So from that process is already well on its way. It's happening right now. I've been seeing this phrase pop up more and more, and I think it's an important phrase to remember. People are moving from online to on-chain. So they're, instead of putting their personal information in databases all over the place, they're starting to put them on chain. So going from online to on chain, remember that it's a good mental model for understanding what's happening right now. So how does that work from a website standpoint? If the website owner has their website, the content comes from the database. So that's just like how works right now. And then the website visitor brings their identity with them from the blockchain. And then the experience they have on the website would be displaying the content and their personal data information just like it does right now. But the difference is where that data is stored and who owns it. So let's talk about data in Web3 and some of the ways we're trying to alter this and solve this problem. These are the things that I'll talk about right now briefly. There's much more to it. And from a technical standpoint, NFTs are just non-fungible tokens. They're just any digital asset that is unique. Your driver's license is unique. The title to your car is unique. Your social security, those are unique assets that could be represented on the blockchain, and they're unique. POAPs, that's how I pronounce it. That's how the company that creates them calls it. But there's lots of pronunciation. Lots of people say popes. It just stands for proof of attendance protocol. And this is the technical side. We'll get into the practical applications in a minute. Those are also NFTs, but they have a special metadata with them that kind of gives them specific functionality. And then there's the money aspect, which of course in this world is coins like Bitcoin, Ethercoin, Dogecoin, and there's also tokens. And we've already talked about the non-fungible type, but from a money standpoint, money is fungible. Do you want this $100 bill or this $100 bill? They have the same value, they're fungible. So an example of that would be stable coins like USDC would be a fungible token that's money on blockchain. Practically speaking, NFTs, everyone I think kind of knows about how they're used as digital collectibles. You can spend a tremendous amount of money for a picture of an ape, and then you can make that your profile picture, and that's part of like an identity wrapped up in that concept. These are some just practical examples of how it's being used right now. There's so many more, and we're literally just barely scratching the surface of what's going to be done with NFTs in the future. Don't think of them as just pictures. They're so much more than that. There's a market for NFTs, and so they tend to have a monetary value. They don't necessarily have to, and again, I'm not saying this is how any of this stuff should be. I'm just saying what it is, how it's being used. The bottom one there is really important. NFTs are really good for building and fostering communities, and that's what I'm going to give an example of here in a moment. POAPs, they're kind of advertised as bookmarks for your life. So as the blockchain's going along, we're going along through time, the blockchain's going along, building blocks right next to us, the digital representation of what we're doing here. And so when you get POAPs, you can kind of create a little bookmark for your life. So it works kind of well. It's proof of attendance. So say you go to a concert, say someone went to a Beatles concert back in the 60s and they still have the ticket stub, that has value, that means something. And so a POAP could be I attended something, and then there's proof on the blockchain that I attended that thing. And then multiple other examples there. They tend to not have monetary value. But one key difference between POAPs and NFTs is they're better at building and fostering individual reputation versus NFTs being more community focused. And again, we'll talk about a little bit more about these in a moment. And then money, what they're doing practically, there's DeFi, decentralized finance, and they're doing kind of banking stuff, but without banks. So all that fun money stuff. All right, so here's my personal experience in Web3 community and how this came about. That little lion guy right there, that's my NFT. I am EVM 1074, and it's pretty weird how attached you can get to these little things. So this is how this came about. When I was getting back into crypto and decided to lose some more money, I wanted to find a good source of information and people who knew what they were talking about. I stumbled upon the subreddit ETH Finance. And the quality of information and the caliber of people there were so high. Everybody knew we had something really special there, that it's amazing what that community was doing. But the community existed on Reddit. So if Reddit went away, so did they. So they said, well, we're a blockchain-based community. Why don't we create an NFT to kind of organize our community around? And so they got all the most active participants in the subreddit and made a whitelist of here's the people that are available to be part of the community that have been participating. And so they did it retroactively, which I think is good. If you're going to build a community, do something retroactive like that. Don't say this is what we're going to do. It'll just be gamed by bots and everything. But just go back and when people are to discover genuine participation in your community and then reward that. And so the NFTs were created, and then the EV Mavericks, EVMs for short, were born. We created a DAO to create a structure for our organization so we could be more purposeful, and called it Mainnet DAO. And again, a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. And here's the website that we have with our mission statement, which was read in my intro. But yeah, we promote public goods and education and funding them but from an Ethereum Web3 standpoint. Some of the things that happened immediately after they issued the NFT, they went and created a Discord, and there's a bunch of members-only channels in there, and your NFT is your key to get into those channels. It's NFT gated. We came up with a mission statement. We formed teams and leadership roles, and any member with an NFT can create a proposal for something they want the community to do, and then we all vote on those proposals using our NFT, and you get one vote per NFT. So it kind of represents an individual. So it's kind of a democratic process. Voting is messy. This is very nascent. So I'm not saying this is how it should be done. This just tends to work well for our community because of the way it's structured and the type of people are there. We don't have a lot of people that our NFTs aren't all over the place. People accumulating a lot. So in general, everybody kind of just gets one vote. So there's all kinds of projects going on all the time in this community. So you can just jump on projects whenever you want to occupy your time. It's amazing. And you got a great community to ask questions to. It's a pretty fascinating thing. Also related to that, we wanted to have a conference. So we created our own conference and had our first conference in Hawaii. HodlerCon 2022 is what we named it. And it was family-friendly conference. So there I am with my son in Maui at HodlerCon 2022. That also was born out of eFinance. And a DAO was formed specifically for the conference for the organizing team, to keep the momentum going on these events. There's a DAO now called Luau DAO. And in East Denver, which is the crypto conference that just ended a week or two ago or whatever, Luau DAO presented at it. So if you want to know more about Luau DAO and HodlerCon, then go look at East Denver's presentations that were there and look for Luau DAO, and you'll be able to learn more about that part of our community. Oh, and we got NFTs, of course. We had the Beach Bums. And so I'm Beach Bum 109. That was my NFT for attending the conference. And my son, he got an NFT too. He's the Beach Bum 110. So how cute is that? And so my son is already building a digital identity and reputation because of his crazy father. Oh, and we get to use those NFTs for voting again. So all the people that attended HodlerCon 2022 and have an NFT, we all get to vote as a community on where the next HodlerCon is going to take place. So kind of how that works. All right, so where's WordPress and Web3? I pretty naively thought when I was getting into crypto and Web3 that the whole WordPress community was just moving right along with me, and I kept expecting them to show up everywhere. I'm like, this is so cool, this is so exciting, and participating, and it just wasn't really there. And I kind of had to really start examining, get past the excitement that I was feeling, and look at some of the downsides or some of the reality of where we're at currently. And um, blockchain tech is very nascent. It's a very future-looking thing, and the user experience is not very good right now. It's not ready for mainstream. That's my opinion. That it's not. On top of that, the dev tools that you have to work with are really dev heavy. So there's not really no code ready solutions for interacting with the blockchain right now too much. And that's the world we live in WordPress. We develop plugins and themes so that people can build websites without having to code. And it's not quite there, but it's getting very close. Um, Funny enough, though, I went to my community and I told them that I was giving this presentation, and then I had someone reach out to me and they said, "Hey, I'm building a Web3 community website with WordPress. Do you want to come check it out?" So within my own community, and I didn't even know. So EVMs, my community to the rescue. So let's talk about this, and I'll show you exactly where we're at right now with WordPress, a real life site that's being built out on Web3 technology. So this website is called Caches. It's caches.xyz is how you get there. And a little caveat. He's part of my community, and the site is not monetized, and so I'm not shilling someone's project or making anybody money, nothing like that. But he, out of his own pocket, is paying for the development of all of this and all the hosting fees and all of that. And at some point, he has said, I do want to kind of recoup my costs, and there might be some type of monetization strategy in the future, but there's nothing there right now. So it's just a great example of showing what you can do with WordPress at this time. So that's why I'm demoing it. But I do want to kind of distance myself that I understand that if he makes money at some future point, then it's his thing that he's doing. It's not there right now. This is really briefly, these are some of off-the-shelf stuff that he's using. It's built on WordPress. It uses BBPress for forums, BuddyPress for the groups, and it uses BetterDocs for the knowledge base, and GameyPress for kind of the point system there. What the technology that he kind of had to develop a little bit was sign in with Ethereum. So there's no IDs and passwords using this WordPress site. It hides your wallet address, the wallet that you sign in with Ethereum, that wallet address that you use when you sign in with Ethereum, that's hidden. It's never displayed anywhere. It creates a random username for WordPress, so WordPress is happy, but you don't ever see it or interact with it, and you don't even have to give an email address. And so it can be completely anonymous, even to the admins. They won't even know any information about you whatsoever. So I'll show you the process real quick. So when you sign up on the website, it asks you to connect your Web3 wallet, and then there's the login with Ethereum link there. You click that, pops up which wallet do you want to use. I'll choose MetaMask in this example. MetaMask pops up and says, hey, you need to sign a request proving that you are the one with the keys to this wallet, proving your identity and all the data that's contained within it. And then once you sign it, then it pops up this and it says, what handle do you want? Well, would be the display name in WordPress. So you get to pick, such and such comments on this thing, what display name shows up. You can put anything you want. And again, the email is optional. So you don't even have to put in an email address. No personal information has to go to the website at all. So coming back, you don't necessarily have to do it this way. This is a process we're going through. So you don't have to just jump straight to anonymity like that and make the big leap if that's not how your website works and that's not how you think about things yet. But I just wanted to point out that caches.xyz respects Web3 identity. And going back to the slide that I have, the content comes from the database, the identity comes from the blockchain, and then they're mixed together in that user experience. So let's talk about what that actually is doing in a practical sense. The moment that I signed up and signed in with Ethereum, I got all these notifications like this, and you don't need to see what they are right there. But when you go to my profile on Caches, it it noticed that when I signed in with my wallet, I had the EVM NFT that I had showed you guys earlier, and it said, hey, you get the EVM badge. You're part of the EVM community. And so it just gave me that badge. It also recognized I had an EI Panda, which is another type of NFT, and now I have that badge as well. So remember that I went and did all of this stuff, just some genuine participation in a community, got these NFTs, developed this reputation, this website was built, and I got to come to it and sign up, and instantaneously I brought that reputation with me. So some of the fun things that the website does, it assigns WordPress roles based off of those NFTs. So that badge I got is also a role within WordPress. So you can do all the stuff that WordPress roles can do. So you can have role-based content access. So in a way, you can have NFT-gated content. So can this user create posts? Can they moderate forums? That kind of stuff can be handled based off of NFTs. And you can even have secret kind of communities, which is kind of interesting. So when you go to the site and you look at the list of groups, this is what you will see if you don't hold an EVM NFT. There's our EV Mavericks community, but it's the public-facing one. What I see when I log in is EVM holders only group as well, because that's relevant to me. So theoretically, there could be hundreds or even thousands of communities on this website with groups all interacting, and they have nothing to do with me because they're private groups that are just for those communities. And I get to go to the website and just see the public stuff and the private stuff that applies to me based off of my reputation and my identity that I brought there. And all kinds of activity could be going on, and I would be completely oblivious to it. One of the ways you can gamify based off of NFTs as well. So when you go back to my profile, because I had the EVM in it, he automatically awarded me 500 extra points for that website, what that means on that website. And I got the badges that I talked about. And then so that gave me special privileges. Basically, this website says, I trust EVM holders. They get special value on this website, and I'm going to create special functionality and roles for them. And So when I brought that reputation with me, I got those badges and got those extra points, which means I can create unlimited groups and all of that. And once again, my Web3 reputation was intact instantaneously when I went to that website and logged in. So the way that I think about this, this is another phrase that I like to use, that Web3 identity is BYOD, bring your own data. That's how I'm starting to think about data. Web3 identity is bring your own data with you. So let's add it to the list. Our culture around data should change. Website owners, they say, I don't want the liability of your personal data in my database, so just bring your own. And then from a website visitor standpoint, I don't want to give you this data, then I lose control of it. It's not mine anymore, so I'm just going to bring my own from the blockchain. So you don't have to pay for a blue check mark to prove that you're Paris Hilton. Your NFTs prove that you're Paris Hilton, if that makes sense. So we're kind of wrapping up here, getting towards the end. We've been talking about the data and from the blockchain flowing to the website, but do understand that it goes both ways. The content that people create on the website, if it might be relevant to that website and formatted for that website directly, that's fine. The content goes back to the database. But if they're awarded anything or given any new NFTs on the site or POAPs or anything like that, that would go to the blockchain for that user so that they can take that with them. So it's not tied to the site itself. So with Justin, the last 48 hours or so, he's working on building a no-code NFT creation tool in WordPress right now. So it's very brand new, but he's working on building it. It's just brand spanking new. It's pretty funny that he's been, since I talked about this talk, he has been like on fire and just been like so excited. So they're waiting for you on that website. They're like thrilled. It's crazy. So the way I'm starting to think about things is WordPress is the community tool that I'm familiar with, and it can empower these communities and individual reputation on this decentralized infrastructure that's being built, where people get to build their credibility, their reputations, and they get to bring it with them to the website. Seeing everything come together over the last few weeks, to see WordPress and blockchain finally come together, been waiting for it, and to see what he's been building has really been amazing to me. I'm really excited to see what these two can do together. To me, they're just a very natural fit. The ethos, what they believe, and what they enable they're perfect for each other. All right, so to wrap up, there's my little guy again, a little bugger. Hate him and love him at the same time, because it's crazy that it's an NFT. There's a marketplace for it. I can make money from that thing right now, and I don't, because I value my own contributions to my community. My membership in that community is more valuable to me than money. So there's this crazy thing that I have to deal with. That what happens when the next wave comes and that value goes way up? Am I a sellout or not? But at the same time, it's your key to that community, and I just don't want to let it go. And the way that creating that NFT remember, we started on Reddit. We put our identities on the blockchain and created a community around them, and we're no longer tied to Reddit. So Reddit could close, and all we have to do is go find more tools that enable us to express ourselves as a community. We don't need Reddit anymore. We don't need Facebook. We don't need Instagram. We don't need anybody. We just need the tools that are out there to help us express ourselves. We are rallied around the blockchain, and so it's integrated into the fabric of the internet itself. It's not going anywhere. It's not on a server. It's not with some company. Our community has value, and we're able to be expressing ourselves through these tools. And I want to make sure that WordPress is one of those tools, and that's what I'm going to be doing going forward. I want to be able to be thinking this term: what can WordPress do for your Web3 community? That's the way I'm starting to think about things. All right, and then I'm all done, but this is the last slide here. If you haven't yet, get a wallet. MetaMask, it's not the best experience, but it's the most popular one. When you find tutorials and things like that out there, they'll talk about MetaMask a lot. You can get the POAP app. There's an app, and it makes interacting with POAP a lot easier. I apologize. I was going to have a POAP ready for this talk so that you guys could have a QR code and you could scan it and you could get a POAP saying you came to my talk here and then so we would start building our friendship. But unfortunately, my girlfriend had a rollerblading incident, and so I've been at the hospital for the last few days. So, so I didn't get to wrap that up. But if there's enough interest in it, we could kind of do it. We could cheat a little bit and do it a little bit after, and the timestamp won't be right and all that kind of thing. But if we want to, just contact me if there's enough interest. Maybe let's throw something together and we'll get something going. And then there was also an unofficial pull app that was going to be created for WordCamp Phoenix. And then that one didn't quite make it either. So I was really hoping you guys had a lot to do with it. But the things you can do, you can get your wallet, go to caches.xyz and practice using login with Ethereum and explore the site. They've been creating blog posts about WordPress and what they think and how it can be used. They've been they created a guide on how to use MetaMask. When you go to that site and you log in, there's a link that gives you a perfect tutorial. Go download MetaMask, do da-da-da-da-da. Now go to sign in with Ethereum, and it walks you through the whole thing. So go visit and play around. There's good community resources there for you. All right, thank you. My slides will be there at radiatewp.com. That's our website. And go to About Us. We'll have our 2 bios there, and then the slides will be there. And there's also you can contact me through the website. It shows you just contact me that way. That'll be the easiest way. And I would really like some feedback. I'm just starting to talk about these things. I want to know where I lost you, what parts you liked, and I want to be able to fine tune this so I can get this message across quicker and more efficiently, because I'm not shutting my mouth about this stuff. So thanks a lot. I think we have time for some questions too. Is that right? What time do we end? How much time we got? 10 minutes? Perfect. Cool. So hopefully you guys got a lot of questions. Go right ahead. I have a key to it. Yeah. So that's why my community, it works well because the value system we have, nobody sells. We're not playing that game. And the fact that it's a consequence of what you do. But think of it this way. I agree with you. I don't like that part of it, that there is a market for it, but everybody can be a sellout at any time. If anyone offers you money, will you turn against your friend? Will you turn, that problem already exists. It's not a new one. But on top of that, think about it this way. If I'm contributing and I'm building a reputation, and the more value that my community creates, the more the value of that NFT goes up on the marketplaces. Imagine, say, I put all that effort into not making money, but just helping communities, and I get to a certain status. If I have an NFT that's worth several $1,000s or whatever it is, and I needed it in emergency, how wonderful is it that you can tap into your reputation to help you through something? The fact that that can even exist is kind of mind-boggling to me. So it's a new world. So it kind of take it with the good and bad. Nothing's perfect. There's pros and cons to everything. I agree, definitely. Yeah, I granted access to the website, and it basically unlocked it so that it could see what was there, and then it displayed it, but it never touched the database. So the website owner and the website itself doesn't know. It's just the front end interface. That's just where the data came from. Same as if you connected to the Twitter API and you displayed a tweet, it comes from Twitter. It's not going to the database. So they could steal it if they wanted. I mean, that still exists but they'd have to go from the front end, steal it, and pass it to their database. So, yeah. That's a good question. Thanks for asking it that way. So he was wondering, I should probably be repeating the question. If you create content on the website and then you're gone, how does someone else see that? Um, in this instance, remember when you sign up and you chose your display name? That's the information you did, and you can just put anything you want there. And so the display name that you put and the content that you created goes to the database. So it just functions normally. So the points, the things that are stored on the website, for example, for my user profile with those badges, so it read the blockchain and said, oh, you have this NFT, so it assigned me a badge. So then my user profile with the handle that I chose, it just has that badge. And so whatever I do publicly on public forums can be seen by everybody because that's part of, it's the display name, the badge, and the content are all within the database. So it's part of the content. That part, yeah, the badge can, because the badge isn't a part of the blockchain. The badge is what the website said, "I'm gonna recognize you on this website in some way based off of your NFT," but I'm not taking that information out. I'm just giving you the NFT, the EVM badge, and then, of course, the content goes there, and then the display name. So that's the stuff that is stored on the website and then regenerated. That's part of the content. Oh, no, no, yep. Uh-huh.
What sort of advice or warning might you have for people as they start seeing it, in particular in terms of this idea?
Yeah.
It's becoming so simple. What advice would you give? Stay secure.
Staying secure. Don't get into crypto yet. It's not mainstream ready. But there's a permission to act on your behalf, and that the idea there is to really smooth out that process because right now when you have a wallet, you're interacting with it. You're very interactive with the blockchain itself, and you don't want to interact with engineers.
Well, I mean, it's that for last year, not this year, last year, where one of the event sites wanted you to sign up via your wallet,
Yeah.
and it wanted to take control of your whole wallet.
Right. Right. And you don't want to grant that access. Right.
Don't go in sites that you don't know.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying, not financial advice, and I keep emphasizing that it'll lose money. I'm not telling anybody to come in with a bunch of money. Just go in and start. Don't have money on the line. Just learn what it is. But one thing that's important to remember, we're here because we build with WordPress for end users and clients, and we care about all this crazy technology stuff so they don't have to. So we need to do a good job at it. So I encourage you to go in and start playing and learning about that close interaction with the blockchain gives you insight into what's actually happening so you're more informed when the new tools that come around that make this all really simple for the end user that they interact with in ways that they're used to with technology. That's coming. It's not there yet. Then you know what's going on behind the scenes a little bit more. So you get to care about the stuff that matters. So they don't have to.
Websites.
Yeah.
How do you shift away from people saying that that's acceptable to now I have to put everything on blockchain from the outside perspective?
Yeah. Yeah. I think as demoing that site, once it becomes user friendly and it gets more mass adoption, it'll just kind of erode away at the old ways of doing things. It's a process that's going to happen. I see blockchain technology as solving problems 10, 15, 20 years in the future, but right now it's being built. And one way to think about it with all the scams and how tricky it is, it's because I feel that the use cases for it are so tremendous that is bursting at the seams with opportunity. So the minute a new use case comes up, it just explodes and goes crazy, and then it all dies down again, and then everybody hates it again, and then a new use case comes out, and then it blows up again, and it's going through this cycle. It's a messy process, but it's up to us to be the ones to develop these tools and to start changing our culture around the way we think about data, so that when we build websites, we start to talk to our clients in this way. We start to say, do you want the liability? There's laws around having this personal data. Do you want the legal liability? If there is another option, you can start talking in those terms of pros and cons and just let it happen at its natural state. That we don't. I'm excited about it, so I'm going to go punching through and make it messy, and I'm fine with that. But in general, for our clients, we want to handhold and make them feel safe. And I think as this starts to emerge more and more, when people go to a website and then they start to see that they get to bring their reputation with them, it's going to be annoying when a website says you have to start from scratch. That's annoying. And so that, I feel like that's going to be the major hurdle that will start triggering everything. Yes, go ahead.
This is so confusing to me. That's not feedback. Is there, I feel like everything's really basic. I read about this. I feel like I was when we moved to Blockchain. It's like I kind of, is there a mid-level, like where are people talking about this in the way that like helps you understand all this stuff in a more palpable, like body way that I think you understand it now?
Yeah, it took a long time. It's months and months and months before I felt safe. And I work in technology and program and all that. It took me months and months and months before I felt safe doing anything directly on the blockchain, and that's unacceptable. That's not mainstream ready. So I get that. So you're right to be confused. You're right to your skepticism. If you have it, you should hold on to it. It's healthy. You need it in this space. It's messy. So the community that I was a part of, they were the key thing that helped really unlock a lot of this for me. And so there's a website if you want to go visit them, and you saw what our purpose was to educate people on Web3, and they are dying to meet anybody who will willing and come talk to them. Ask the stupidest questions possible. We would love to talk to anybody because we're trying to educate people because we think this is revolutionary. We think it's a solution to something, but it's going to take some time and a lot of effort. So we want people on board. So if you're ready and you want to, come help. We need it. 1 minute? Okay, so maybe last question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. So, to me, the sort of thing I was thinking about is decide where you're coming to the site, where you're coming to the, but you're opening your wallet, and the level of control that you have, the level of data that you can get, it seems like, like a wallet or some other exchange form that would be good for you as an individual user to be able to control what parts of you are willing to get, so just like opening one up.
Right. Like, so are you basically asking if everything is in your wallet, then you're exposing a lot of information by opening that up to a website? Yeah, and that exactly, and that's one of the reasons why it's not mainstream ready. And back to your point with when we talked about the account abstraction that's happening, it works in a way that it's much more obvious what you're doing and what you're granting, what it's asking permission to do, and it makes it more of a usable human experience that you can interact in the ways that this is what I want access to, and you say yes, you get access to that only. On top of that, if you want, you can have as many wallets as you generate, as many wallets as you want. A lot of times what people do is they have wallets for specific purposes. So, and on top of that, if you have a wallet in an NFT, you have some NFTs in your wallet and you don't want something exposed to this website, you can just send it over to another wallet, then log into the website, and now it's not part of that address. And it's like that, it's gone. And then after you leave the website, then you can just pass it right back. So it's pretty versatile in that way. But for users to be able to do that kind of thing, it's going to have to just be, I want access to this one specific thing, yes or no kind of thing. So I think we're all done. Yeah, if you have more questions, come talk to me. I would love to meet more people. Thank you.
I really like singing things like one time solutions and previously would just been it black words. Yeah, it's like, oh, this is like real 90s. I'm like, oh, this is
Hi, word campers. Can you hear me okay? All right. I'm so pleased to introduce our next speaker, Austin Adamson, who is going to be speaking on the topic from PHP 5.6 to 8.2. What did I miss? Austin, as a senior software engineer that has built a career designing and implementing enterprise APIs, Austin has worked on a wide array of teams, from WordPress sites to enterprise B2B platforms, from React apps to C#, PHP, and Python APIs. Austin has experience across many platforms and many frameworks. Most important, he's a new father and will show off baby pictures. Take it away, Austin.
Thank you. From PHP 5.6 to 8.2, what did I miss? Let's start with a little bit about me. I'm a senior software engineer at PHP/Godad. I've been writing code professionally for 10 years now, and I am a dad to a 10-month-old. I promise baby pics, they're at the end. We'll see them. So what I want to start with is talking about the timeline of PHP. Here is 2014 to 2023, and you can see that PHP releases pretty steadily every year in the fall. Going back to 5.6 in 2014, 7.0 in 2015, all the way through this fall is going to be 8.3. However, most of us, I can't say that, me personally, had a timeline that was more like this. It was 5.6 and then 5.6 and then 5.6, a little more 5.6 for a couple more years, and then eventually got to like 7.2 and continued over time. That's actually a lie though, because I didn't go to 7.2 or 7.3 or 8.2. I went to C#. I left PHP completely for 2.5 years. And when I came back, I went from that little bit of 7.2 knowledge that I had, jumping straight into 8.2. And a lot changed. I essentially was learning a completely new language all over again. It felt very new. So you can see, I was a little behind when we look at the overlap. Even when I was coding in 7.2, we were still years behind. And you're saying, Austin, that's you. We all write modern PHP, right? Everyone here is writing 8.2, 8.1, Stats lie. Stats show that you're lying because there's actually 0.2% of people who are still in PHP 4 currently today. 22.2% in version 5. That's not 5.6, that's just all of version 5. Only about 10% of us on production sites are running PHP 8. And when I came back, I started seeing a bunch of like random stuff that didn't really make sense. I didn't know what any of this meant. I learned a little bit from my C# experience what this meant and how it played into things, but straight out of the chute, no idea. The semicolons with arrays and read-onlys, kind of, it surprised me a lot. So today I want to go through and I want to talk about some of the things that shocked me, confused me a little bit, and hopefully we can clarify some of them. We're going to start with some operators that came into play that I'm really glad to see PHP adopting. There's some syntax changes that I want to go over. And then finally, we'll touch some syntax that's class specific. That's really going to change how we write PHP overall. Hopefully, we'll have time to then go back and modernize a plugin that I wrote in my first job 10 years ago. Those slides are fun. I hope we get there. So let's kind of try to like breeze through some stuff. First up, we have operators. The no coalescing operator. That's the only time I'm going to say that word because I mispronounce it every time. This was something that didn't exist in PHP until 7.0. Prior to this, we had to do an isSet check on every single array before we tried to use a value. Now we don't have to do that anymore, which is amazing. As you can imagine, writing what's on the left is a little bit better than what's writing on the right if you're doing it 1,000 times. There's also the assignment operator. Now, if we want to assign something, we don't have to check to see if it's set first. We can actually say, we can check the array key and assign it using a single operator at the same time. The spaceship operator. Who's used this? Who loves it? Who understands what it does at all? I wish it had to do with Yoda. That would have been great. No, the spaceship operator actually compares two values and it returns a -1, 0, or +1 depending on the comparison. I haven't figured out a great way to use this yet, but it's really cool and I wanted to include it. Sort list would be great. That's actually, yeah. We also have the null safe operator. So before, when we wanted to use a property, and because PHP isn't completely object-oriented to where your variables would always have the properties that you expected them to have, we had to check to see if it was null or if it existed before we could actually reference this. This is something that comes up in JavaScript a lot too. We now have a way to bypass that. It double-clicked. And we have the null safe operator, which allows us to check for the null object before trying to use the property. And if the property doesn't exist, it actually will just set the value to null. All right, some syntax changes that happened. This is where things start to get really fun. Anonymous functions, or anonymous classes. So a little setup before we actually look at the anonymous class. We would have interfaces that had a function on them. We would have a class that used that interface for some reason. And in order to use this, we would have to build a third class that implemented that interface and then pass that class in. Now people are going to do some weird stuff because we can just build classes on the fly. So here we actually build a new class, we instantiate it, and that class will implement the to-be-handled interface. It actually has the handle function defined on the fly here, and then it's just passed in. And we never have to worry about that class being defined anywhere else. It's really cool. It could also be very dangerous. Group declarations, use declarations. I didn't know where else to put this, but prior to, I think it was 7.4 that this came out, this would actually be 3 lines of use statements where you had to define the entire path for each of the classes. Now we can just do some cool brackets and commas, and then it actually will use all 3 of them. Arrow functions were a cool addition. Before arrow functions, what was the annoying part of this? Anytime you had to define a function on the fly like this? Scope. Every single time. You always had to use the use keyword and then pull tags of the function in order to be able to use that. Because of arrow functions, just like JavaScript or C# or Python or any language that has them, we don't have to do that anymore. The arrow function actually lives in the same scope of as the own scope anymore. So we use the fn keyword. We define the parameters for the function, and then just like in JavaScript or anything else, we would use the arrow and the return value. That is the property type of the parameter. But yes, there would be commas between. I thought you were calling me out on a typo already. Heartbroken. This is my favorite addition in all of it. I don't care about anything else. Trailing commas. In 5.6 and before, if you had a comma on that last line, whether it's a function parameters or an array, it was blowing up. So annoying. Now we don't have to worry about it. Just put a comma at the trailing comma, and it's not a problem anymore. It's the little things in life, right, that make things better. This was a huge step forward. Return types in PHP weren't a thing. Now we have at the end of the function name a colon with the return, whether that's a standard type like an array or a defined class. This is a step closer to other object-oriented programming languages that we felt like we were behind because we couldn't do this. And every time we used a function, we had to check, like, is this object that we got back the type that we were expecting? And it created more logic in our code that we then had to write tests for. We had to debug when it didn't work. Now we're stepping out into the big leagues of object-oriented programming, and we're returning our types explicitly. And we can null those types. Believe it or not, those came in different releases. The return type was in, I think, 7.1, and nullable was in 7.4. So we had to wait a little bit for that. Named arguments is a cool addition. If you have multiple parameters in a function, each one having its different type with default values, you no longer have to pass in the default value for the first parameter, the default value for the second parameter, and then the third parameter that you wanted. You can now just use named parameters and say, keep those first two, the count and the filter, exactly as the default would. But I want to update that collection parameter, and I want to pass in something specific for that. It's very useful when you get to functions that have many parameters that are all defaulted. And we'll jump into some class syntax. I think that class syntax is going to be the biggest step forward for us as a programming language. It's really going to push us closer to C# and more competitive on the server-side language frontier, whatever you want to call it. C#, Python, Java have all had a lot of these things, and it feels good to have them in PHP again, or for the first time. So before type properties, what we would do is we would use these annotations to define the types of the properties on our class. I'm pretty sure that the var was just for autocomplete in our IDEs. Is that right? Anybody else remember a reason why we would do that? No, it was just a lot of overhead and a lot of lines of code that we didn't need. Now we can actually just type our parameters. So you'll see that the only difference between these two slides is the public service is actually an instance of the service class. We can also make them read-only. Read-only is a very cool thing that was added that prevents a property from being changed once it's been initiated. So once you set that service value, whether you set it in a constructor, in a setter, however it gets set, through dependency injection even, once it's set, it can no longer be changed. Constructor property promotion is another great addition. So you'll see in this class, in the read-only property example, we have the public read-only service being defined in the class itself. And then inside of that constructor, we're passing in the service as a parameter. And then we set the parameter to the property. We can do that all in one line now. Inside of our constructor, we just say this class is going to have a public read-only service that is of the class service. And it automatically does all that other stuff for us. It sets it to the class. It sets it to the class. So the example class is going to have that property. And then the constructor parameter is automatically assigned. Attributes is a very confusing thing if you don't know what they are. They were added very recently in, I think, 8.1. But attributes are, according to PHP.NET, attributes offer the ability to add structured, machine-readable metadata information on declarations in code. So that means on your classes, on your functions, specifically methods to classes, you can add attributes that through reflection, other classes can find out information about you, about the class that you're defining. Examples. So before attributes, many of us had routes folders, routes files, right? And they got massively long. And all they did was say, hey, we're going to have this path. It's going to go to some controller. And in that controller is a method that's going to run. Now we can define that inside of our controller and just have our system look at the controller, read the metadata through the reflection of the attribute, and define all that stuff for us. So now, inside of our smart suggestion controller, we have that smart suggestion method that we were referencing in that first line. And we actually define the route and the method that gets used all right there in one line, very readable. So now when you're looking at a controller, you don't have to look back at your routes file and say, what method does this route belong to? How do I map from this route to this method? It's all in your controller for you, easily defined. All right, so we kind of blew through all that stuff. So we get to the fun stuff. So 10 years ago, I wrote a plugin called the WP Meetup plugin. I was working for a small agency in Tucson, and I was an intern. I didn't know how to code at the time. And they said, here's a side project for you. Go build this plugin. We have V1 done. We want V2. So I did. And I didn't do, at the time, it was a good job. But looking back at it now, wow, a lot's changed. So we're going to take a little bit of a look at just the meetup, or the WP Meetup.php file, which is the root plugin file for that WP Meetup plugin. And when you open it up, the first thing that you see is a bunch of require onces. Use autoloaders. They existed back then. I didn't know about them. That's not part of this talk. I just wanted to point it out. It's really ugly. Property declaration. We couldn't specify types back then. We talked about this. So we had a bunch of properties that were defined with var, and then their type was specified in a doc or a doc block above it. We had a few of them. I think that I actually cut this list down because I couldn't fit a third column and make it like legible. So the first thing that I wanted to do when I was looking at this file was rewrite this. And we used property declaration. And we could define the type, and I figured out what properties needed to be read-only, which ones didn't. And we cleaned it up a lot. That is much more legible, I think, than that is, if you're trying to figure out what properties are, what they're doing. There's still a few of them. It doesn't look great. There's probably a better way to design this software from the scratch, but if we're just converting and modernizing, that's essentially what it would look like. We also didn't use dependency injection at all. We defined everything in the constructor. We instantiated it. So now, with the idea of property promotion, we can actually define a bunch of those things in the constructor, use dependency injection to automatically instantiate them and set them for us. So now we have a much cleaner setup for that one file. And the difference between what we saw before with all of this to what we got to at the end, which was this, was about 130 lines of code versus 35. And we sped through that a little faster than I thought we were going to. So like I promised, baby pictures. Thank you. So we have plenty of time for questions, if you guys have any, or if you just want to stare at baby pictures.
My relationship upgrading my PHP to 8.2 WordPress.
Are there any pitfalls to upgrading to 8.2 in WordPress? Yes. There's a lot of things that you need to look out for when you're making that jump. Specifically, you need to look at your plugins and themes and see what versions of PHP they're compatible with. Right now, we're seeing a lot of the plugins in the marketplace are actually compatible with 7.4, and there might be breaking changes coming from the 8.0, 8.1 releases. That's a huge conversation that's happening inside of the WordPress plugin community right now. Because yeah, things are going to break.
Most of them will tell you what they're compatible up to.
That is a yes. Most of them.
Say the lowest version you try.
Yep. Most of them say their lowest compatibility. They do not say what they're compatible up to. Yes.
My question is about maybe upskilling yourself as a developer, like going from a place where you are writing PHP code that is instructional, very like task specific. How do you get the knowledge necessary to get yourself into a place where you're writing code that has a model like VC or something other space?
Sure. So how do you upgrade yourself as a software engineer or as a developer to go from the code that you're writing to get stuff done, you're learning on the fly, to learning design patterns and how to build bigger systems in a cleaner way, right? A lot of people aren't going to like my answer to this. Code in different languages. Pick up C#, pick up Python. The more languages that you learn how to code in, and build the same thing in multiple languages. I build REST APIs, period. That's what I do. Every company that I've ever worked for has been CRUD REST APIs over and over and over again. Python, C#, PHP. You learn that every single language that you're in builds things the same way. MVC. that translates. So you look at the things that are consistent across all the languages, and those are your fundamentals. As you start learning those, you add those to your belt, and you apply them to PHP or whatever. And that, in my opinion, is the fastest way to like learn how to be a cleaner coder, because I don't know, those things are generally the right path. If you can do the same thing in PHP and C# and design the systems the same way, then you're not getting stuck in the weirdness of PHP or the weirdness of this language or the weirdness of that language, right? Because those weird oddities don't translate when you switch. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, thank you.
Cool.
I would ask, reading code, like, for a while, I've been a software developer for a long time. For a while, I was doing my own thing, writing my own code. That was a long period, when I go back to like, reading other people's code, it just kind of messed with me, so it's like,
Yeah.
I like try to figure out what they were doing. I'm so used to how I wrote code.
It's another great suggestion, reading other people's code. You can fall into traps though, because if you start reading bad code, and if you're someone who's reading code to become a better software engineer, you might not know what good code looks like compared to bad code. Right, yeah. I've taken plenty of jobs where I got thrown into legacy code bases, and I thought that was good code because that was what I was learning from. That's how I was gaining understanding of these systems. And then over time you look back and you're like, oh no, they didn't build that right from the get-go. Like that might not have been the best design pattern. So it takes a lot of time. Reading a lot of different people's code might be a good suggestion, a good iteration on that. Any other questions? Yes.
Your plugin that you showed is in the plugin repository, right?
Yeah, I haven't touched it in 8 years, 9 years. You can download it though if you want.
No, I'm just curious, when you upgraded it to use a lot more like modern HP, how did you make the decision of like, here's things I could use, here's things I probably shouldn't use?
I upgraded it just for this talk in the sense that I touched that one file and added namespaces. If I was to go through at this point, I would probably just start from scratch. A lot of times when you're talking about legacy software projects or just projects at your company where it's lingered for a long time, you're weeding through tons of Band-Aid fixes and patches and stuff that doesn't necessarily make sense, and it might just be a better option to take a breath, burn it down, and redesign. Yeah.
So I have a couple sites, many actually, and my server is basically saying 7.4 is end of life, and I'm not updated anymore. But then when I go to upgrade some of my sites, some of them work on 8, some of them work on 8.1, none of them work on 8.2. And I just don't know. I don't know if I should like stay on 7.4 and 7.5. Like, what are you working at? What are you doing this?
Yeah, so the question is, if you have a bunch of sites with 7.4 coming to end of life, how do you handle upgrading to 8.3 or 8.4 when it comes out? Knowing that like some of the sites break on 8.1, some of them break on 8.2, some of them break on 8.3, how do you go about that? It's probably going to be a site-by-site thing. You're going to have to start looking at the plugins that you're using, the themes that you're using. There's going to be one of them somewhere that's causing you problems. There's not a single answer that's going to get every site up to 8.3. It's a little bit of grunt work. And if you're using plugins that you pay for, just tapping people on the shoulder and saying, hey, like you need to upgrade, you need to modernize, because we're all trying. And the entire industry's, well, the PHP industry specifically is trying to modernize a lot. And that's not going to be a problem that's unique to you by any means. I think you and I were talking about this earlier. I think it's going to be a problem that's industry-wide for all of us. We're going to see some pain points in the next few years when it comes to this stuff.
And the problem is that Ubuntu,
Ubuntu 22 doesn't come with 7.4 installed. That's fun. Yeah.
So you have to either figure out how to do that yourself, or you have to use old Ubuntu that's not supported either. It's very complex.
Yeah, if server operating systems don't allow for 7.4, then we're all in trouble.
I think the default that you and some are also 7.3. That's a real pain of upgrade 7.4.
The default what?
Debian.
Yeah. So defaulting to 7.3 is probably not a good option either. Question?
When upgrading to PHP, why are there certain pitfalls, like when you upgrade, like what's causing things to break?
You had a good example earlier. What was it that was causing a bunch of stuff to break?
So there's a lot, if you declare a variable as null, don't declare the variable, and it gets passed to a function as null, it will throw out a warning in A2. It will throw a fatal in A3.
Yeah, so the question was, when you're upgrading to 8.2, 8.3, why is so much stuff breaking? And a lot of that has to do with null checks and variables being set to null and that not being allowed anymore. And the typing issues that arise. When we get to 8.3, it's actually going to fatal instead of be a warning, and that's going to. Parameter order. That's why you use named parameters, and you don't have to worry about the order anymore. But no, that's definitely going to be a problem too. There's a lot of things that we did that we coded in 8.6. We were in 8.6 for a long time. That was like our home, or 5.6. WordPress just pretty recently, like while I was gone, decided that they were going to jump into the 7 realm, right? Not yet.
We're still talking about it. Unfortunately, I guess it's probably going to skip 7.2 and go straight to 7.4.
Yeah. It might skip 7.2 and go straight to 7.4.
I don't think there's a lot of breaking changes between 2 and 4.
Yeah. So there's a lot of code that we wrote that's just, it's not, we think it's going to work, so we might try to upgrade, and there's going to be a bunch of little hidden gems that we're going to find. And yes.
So there's good parts and bad parts.
What are the bad parts of PHP 8? So there are good and bad parts of PHP 8. What are the bad parts? You are going to be forced in a way that you might not like to write better code. I think that's the big thing. There's going to be, you're going to have the ability to write code in the same way, but it's going to be harder for you to do that. So I think that there are certain good things that are going to be forced upon you, but also it makes coding certain things more tedious, right? It's very easy to write one file with a bunch of functions in it and have that be an API. It's much more frustrating to do a full MVC model, right? And I think those are the types of pain points that we're going to start seeing. People are going to want to cut corners because they don't want to put in the effort to do the full scaffolding, the clean approach to things. And 8.3 is going to punish you a little bit if you don't do it right.
In your view, so all these are good things.
Yes, I think that we're talking a race between back-end languages, right? We're all WordPress developers, so most of us are stuck in PHP. But if you step out of the WordPress ring, PHP might not be winning right now. Like C#, Python, everyone wants to be a Python developer. So web APIs are being built in Python all the time. How does PHP outside of the WordPress community compete with these other languages? 8.3. It's all these changes. We're bringing PHP into a modern era of server-side languages, and WordPress, while falling behind a little bit, it trails modern PHP a little bit, is going to start catching up as well, and it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we're all going to lose to WordCamp.
Yes. Yep. We're all going to lose to Haskell. That's. Yes.
I had a general question about, how WordPress and PHP communities both interact. Do they
So how do the WordPress community and the greater PHP community interact? Do they get together and yes and no. I think that when you look at the greater PHP community and the direction that PHP is going, the WordPress community is a subset. It's a powerful subset in that we are big. We are by far the biggest CMS or the biggest framework for PHP. However, we're not the ones that necessarily have the voice. And I think a lot of that comes from WordPress being a little behind on the PHP versioning. As we start modernizing WordPress and we start showing the other communities that WordPress developers are good PHP developers, we can write code, right? Our voice is going to be heard a little bit more. That being said, I think that we still have a voice and people, like, we still have a part in that. I don't know the actual names of the people in the open source communities that are making those decisions and fighting those battles, but I know they're there. I'm guessing Courtney left, but Courtney Robertson from GoDaddy, she's probably the person to talk to if you want to actually have that conversation. She knows everyone who's open source, anything, anywhere. She's amazing for that.
Partly that's a little bit to do with WordPress's desire to maintain backward compatibility.
100%, yes.
That becomes a crutch. When
Yeah.
PHP advances quickly.
Yes. So WordPress falling behind, air quotes, in the PHP game is an effect of desiring backwards compatibility. But I mean, that's a good thing, right? We don't want to just constantly be breaking sites all the time.
That's just cool. You can write your plugins to require 8.2 today.
Sure.
If you wanted to.
That is just core.
If they're not running it, they're not going to make the plugin.
That being said, eventually a time comes when things have to start breaking in order to be better. I think that the WordPress core and WordPress communities are ready to start breaking things. I think there's enough PHP developers out there who are saying, we want to do the good things and we need to put in the effort to make it happen. And I see that in core contributors that I talk to all the time. We have core contributors at GoDaddy who are constantly talking about how can we actually contribute to core and get these things changed, start making that move. It's a long road, right? I'm hearing giggles. For all the people who are watching the stream, there's 7,000 people in this room right now, and they're all giggling at that. Any other questions before I exit us? Yeah, all of my slides are going to be available. They're on the website already, the WordCamp Phoenix website. Yep. And if you have any questions, I'm Austin B. Nerdy everywhere. It's Twitter, Instagram. I think it's even like TikTok. I don't go on it, but literally everywhere. That's my name. You can find me. I'm always happy to talk about this stuff. I like burning things down and building them. I like new shiny stuff. So please have conversations.
So when you're upgrading PHP, this is kind of a thought, maybe close in, but there's programs like Copilot that you can run on your IDE that kind of give you suggestions on your code. Is that something that you could use when upgrading PHP to help you work through those bugs, or not quite there yet?
I am not super familiar with that. I have a hunch, and this is me not pulling information from any real source. I'm guessing if you took a WordPress plugin that was in the repo and you gave it to Chat GPT or whatever and said modernize this, it would happily rewrite all this stuff for you. Is it going to work? I don't know. Is it going to work if I rewrite it? I don't know. So pick your poison. I mean, you can try it. There's no harm in having fun, right? If it doesn't work, then you're just troubleshooting AI generated code for years. It's fun. All right. If that's it, thank you guys.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'm sorry.
She is a character. She is salty. creating a space for like, it's not just
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to present Laura Byrne, who's speaking on the art of the WordPress pitch, relationships and sales. Laura started off her career with educational nonprofits, where marketing was part of everyone's job description. After dabbling in Microsoft's front page for a few years, Laura found WordPress in 2006 when she and a friend decided to build a website with a blog and forum for fans to discuss a little-known book called Twilight. What started out as an obscure website rapidly grew into the most popular Twilight website on the internet, with millions of visitors each day from around the globe. This led to a rapid education in hosting, social media, and all things advanced WordPress. Flash forward a decade, and Laura decided to make her side hustles of writing for and managing a variety of entertainment industry WordPress sites her full-time career. Laura currently works for Web Dev Studios as an account manager. And with that, thank you, Laura.
Okay, thank you. That was a great introduction. That pretty much does describe my journey into WordPress. A little bit more about me. You can find me everywhere online at New Yorker Laura, whether it is WordPress forums, Twitter, all the places. So if you want to follow up with me, that's absolutely where you can get me. As we said, I started in WordPress in 2006, pursuing hobbies because I'm a big old nerd. And I just was like all over all sorts of like Lord of the Rings forums, Harry Potter forums, all those kind of things. Found WordPress, it was a hobby, and then I transitioned it into what was my main career at the time, which was in education, in private education. Everybody needed a website, and everybody needed a website that was more manageable than in something like Dreamweaver or Front Page. And WordPress was that solution, and I took that through a career. I was a marketing director of a large system of schools. How I used to say it, there were 114 of them and one of me. So it was a bit of a daunting job. And then I eventually transitioned my career into WordPress, where now I was the person selling WordPress rather than having people pitch me. So I've really been on both sides of the aisles. I understand what it's like to pitch your services to somebody, and I also understand what it is like to be pitched to. So I've really seen it from both ways. So let's take a look at some of what we're talking about today. The art of the pitch, frankly, is the art of the preparation. Going into it is everything that matters. Like certainly when you're speaking directly with a client, of course that's important, but honestly, it's everything that you do ahead of time that is important. And we're going to take a look at it in a couple of different steps: defining your mission, the concept of people buying benefits, the actual nitty-gritty of the pre-call prep, the mechanics of it. Then we're going to talk about what it's like on the call, and then we're going to talk about post-call. All right, so let's suit up here and get into it. It's not remotely intimidating that my boss is sitting right there looking at me. Not at all. Thank you, Brad. All right, so let's talk about this first of all. Step number one is defining yourself, okay? Who are your ideal clients? The fact of the matter is you cannot be all things to all people. I know we would like to be all things to all people. We cannot be all things to all people. So first of all, define what your role is, and don't be afraid of saying, this isn't something I do. I have never been in a situation, and I've worked for several agencies, when we have taken on something that is not what we do, and we're like, well, maybe we could do this. We have never lived to regret it. Okay, seriously, know what your mission is and stick to it. All right, after that, here's another big thing on preparation. Testimonials are everything. A lot of people don't think about it until it's like, oh, I need a testimonial. Anybody know when the best time to get a testimonial is? Before you need it. That's a great answer. Absolutely, before you need it. The best time to do it is when your customer is the most happy. And generally speaking, that is when you have launched something. That's before, like, they found a bug. Okay, that's before the director of whoever it is that is 3 times above their pay grade came in and asked for 36 things that you were never asked to do before, and then that person leaves, and now you're stuck trying to get a testimonial by somebody who's grouchy, which never ends well, right? Okay, so always get your testimonials when you launch things. The other thing that you should also do, how many of you record your calls with people that you're pitching to? If you're not, start. Ask. There are very few people who will refuse to be recorded. And the line that I always use is, hey, before we get going, can I start this call? Because sometimes I need somebody else on my team to weigh in, one of my developers, one of my designers, and I would so much rather them hear you in your words rather than me translate, because it's really important that the message comes for you. Like 99% of the time, they're like, yes, please record me. Okay. And then it just becomes routine. What's great about that is if they say something fantastic about our team, I'm not furiously writing it down. And then later on, I can say, hey, can we quote you? It's great. We have a client feedback channel. That's where I get the quotes from. I don't have to like go, oh my God, paraphrase. What did they say? What did they say? No, I know what they said. Okay. Next one up, walk when it's not right. Seriously, walk away. And that could be somebody who, like I said, don't do what you don't do, but there's other reasons to walk away. Anybody ever have that gut churning feeling that just something is wrong and you can't put your finger on it? Trust your gut. Trust your gut. Like sometimes I've taken a second meeting and a third meeting and I'm like, oh, hello, highly problematic person. You know, or oh, hello, I had one person who was just like, yeah, I'm so glad we're working with you. You don't have a lot of those other people. And it turned out like other people meant people who didn't look like me. And I'm like, no, we don't need your business. Thank you very much. Go somewhere else. Because all of my project managers who don't look like me and you, not going to work. And really, I don't need your money that badly. So walk away when it's not right. Also, sometimes when somebody's telling you, like I had this call recently, I was like, poor planning on your part does not constitute an emergency upon mine. 24 hours to respond to your 7-page RFP. I'm sorry, go find somebody else to do that. Good luck finding them. So walk away when it's not right. Next kind of thing, core services. Here's what's really important. Make sure what you do is on your website in bullet points. Here's the thing about your website. And I had this conversation with people back when I worked at my previous job. Websites, billboards, things like that. The point of them, how many people made a sale because of your website? I'm going to here to tell you, you didn't. Not a single one of you made a sale on a website. Anybody ever ran a billboard campaign? How many of you made a sale because of a billboard? Unless it's a low ticket item like Coca-Cola, you didn't make a sale off of your billboard. How many of you made a sale off of a TV commercial or a radio commercial? You didn't make a sale. Somebody buy a car because they heard the car commercial or the TV commercial? No. What did you do? The point of all those things is to tempt them to take a second step and engage you in conversation. Nobody is buying anything purely on your website copy. So, bullet points, succinct, hit the high points, tempt them to take the other step. TLDR. I recently saw a deck, and this goes into my next point. Have a nice little succinct PDF download. They can pass it on to somebody. Bullet points, highlights. What are the main things that you do? I recently saw somebody with a 53-page deck. And their services were buried about 12 pages down. Do you think anybody read that? Nope. So keep it succinct. Next one up, and this dovetails with anything else, make connections. If it's not right for us, we pass it on to somebody who it is right for. It also goes the other way. If it's not right for somebody else, they come back to us. And that is all really, really good karma. And good karma comes back to you absolutely 100% of the time. Okay, let's look at Laura's invisible slides. I was I was just gonna say, that's like really dark. I don't know what happened there, but we're gonna wing it. Okay, so let's talk about the next thing. People don't buy software, they buy benefits. We're all working in WordPress. I sell WordPress, you sell WordPress, other agencies in your area of whatever you do sell WordPress. The point of it is that people buy benefits, they don't buy software. What is the benefit of working with you? What is the benefit of your knowledge? What is the benefit of your expertise? Don't keep hammering on this product, that product, the other product. Hone in on what is the benefit of my knowledge with this product and how does this benefit your business as at large? Okay, sometimes, particularly if people get too into developer ease, if you ever watch people starting to glaze over talking about like their favorite plugin or their coding standards, like if it's two developers geeking out, I'm gonna get out of the way and they can do their thing and then I'll come in afterwards. But like, generally speaking, that's not the way to go. Another thing really important, and again, this is really bothering me, Laura's invisible slides. I don't know what happened in the email, but okay. Next up is image. You don't get the second chance to make the first impression. Where most of us working remotely, we're in Zoom. The pandemic happened and we all had like that really cute video with the guy on CNN and his 1-year-old and then his toddler like busted into the room and all that. Like, we're okay. Like, people know that that happens and like it's real life and like we don't have these like incredibly professional offices behind us. That's fine. But at the same time, keep it really professional. If you're in sales, and some people may disagree with me, I'm gonna die on this hill. Your camera is on, full stop. If I was on the other side of the table and somebody showed up to a sales meeting with me and I'm gonna give you 50K of my money, 100K of my money, and you can't put your camera on, goodbye. Camera on, it's important. Here's the other reason. Likely their camera is on, and watching your facial expression, watching your body language is everything. That's how I know if I'm really landing it. And it's a two-way street. If I don't look excited, if I don't look engaged, if I don't look happy, why do you want to engage with me? So I know, I'm sorry for my introvert friends, but camera on, it's huge. And like, you don't have to look like you just walked off the pages of Vogue or GQ. Like, you don't. But you need to look put together, okay? So think about it, like 5 minutes before you go on, what's going on behind me? You know, what do I look like? Just put it together. Image is important. Here's the other thing too. Like I said, get permission to record it. Recording's important on a couple of things. Number one, if I'm in sales and somebody has a deep need, like I speak conversational developer, I am not a developer. I am here to tell you I don't know JavaScript, let alone deeply. But if I need my developers to weigh in, the recording is there. Or if they have a design need and I'm like, I am not as familiar with an LMS and there are some really deep design needs here. I need my designers to hear customizations they want, what have you. Great. Here's the other benefit of recording it. Play yourself back. Play yourself back and hear what you sound like. I am, as you can tell, I am from New York. I have learned that I speak quickly and I need to slow down. I also learned there are, colloquialisms that I use. My partner at work is from Mexico, and every now and then I see her looking at me quizzically, and I'm like, I need to slow down again. New Yorkers are the people that can say "jeet yet," and we know we mean "did you eat yet?" Nobody else understood that, but we understood that. So play yourself back and you start to understand, ooh, there are things I could be doing better. And if your work allows it, let somebody else see your playback and have thick skin and ask for feedback. And if you're the boss, take the cuffs off and let them speak freely. Like, I come from a long line of Army brats. Permission to speak freely, grant it, okay? And you get to hear what you need to hear. So really important. All right, let's get into some of the nitty-gritty now. Here's what you need to know, the practical stuff. Okay, email scripts. Save yourself the time. Write yourself some email scripts ahead of time. We have some really awesome email scripts that we use, so you can highlight, cut, paste, and then customize. All right? Here's the thing. You want to vet what's coming in the door first. The biggest things that you need in a first email with a client, somebody emails you and tells you, you want to email them back. A couple things you want to decide right away. 1, what is your project about? 2, what is the URL? You would be amazed at how many times you're not sure what the URL is. I literally made the mistake of bidding on an RFP that the URL was buried and we all thought it was a different URL. What an experience. You also need to find out timeline, pain points, and what the project is about. And however you want to word information around that, those are the key things you have, because now you know going into the call what's key here. And if this client is a good fit for you on budget and timeline. All right, next thing that you need to, and I'm going to say this, and I hate this when this happens. I love good automations. I love good thank you emails that go out. For the love of all, do not sign every human being who emails your website. Do not sign them up for your newsletter. Do not sign them up for like 10 newsletters and a sales newsletter to sell your product. It's like, stop it. I didn't come here for that. Please give them what they need when they need it, not like 42 hours later, buy my new product. Like, stop. I don't want it. Next thing, be nosy and look in weird places. Number 1, the first thing you do with their website, pretend you landed from Mars and start going through it like a user. Can I get there? What's my journey? What's irritating me? So you can talk to them about their website as the person who landed from Mars and now can't do something. One website that I hit was very into e-commerce. Do you know I couldn't buy something from that website without an upgrade 3 weeks before Christmas? They didn't know it. Because they had put a lot of things into it and they hadn't realized what their customer flow is. Be nosy, land from Mars, do the things before you get on that call. Check out everything. Their social media. How do they express themselves on all their platforms? How often do they tweet? How often do they post on Facebook? How often are they on LinkedIn? That lets you know how organized that business is and how much they care about their outside image. If they've got all their social links up and it's now and it says Merry Christmas, that lets you know everything you need to know about how much leadership is minding the store. I can tell you right now, our website does not have Merry Christmas tweets out there. Other couple tools, Built With, love it. If you've ever seen it, Built With, run the URL through it and it will tell you what it is built with. I always love it when I find something that has built with like 3 different kinds of page builders. I'm like, whoa, Elementor and Bakery, like fighting it out, It's always great when you hit those. And it lets you know what you're in for. Screaming Frog is another great tool, and it just crawls the site and it tells you everything about the structure of that site. Incredibly good tool. And then 2 of my little ones that I like looking at, LinkedIn. Go find all the people that are working there. What is the background of the person you're going to be talking to? Where did they go? What can you do? I've name dropped the college that I went to and I discovered the CEO went to the same school. Other ones, Glassdoor. I love Glassdoor. It lets me know what all their employees think about them. Now, I do understand people go to Glassdoor on two days. They go when they're having a really good time and a really awful time. Okay, so you have to kind of in your head merge it. But where there's smoke, there's fire. When people are saying the same thing in 8 reviews over 5 years, all right, you know what? They all didn't have the same bad day. So you get some idea about who it is that you're talking to. What are their strengths? What are not their strengths? It gives you information. And then the next one up is this: bring the right people to the call. What is this site about? Do I have somebody in my organization that is in this that has some experience here? Maybe they're a designer. Maybe they can play account manager for the day. Bring the right people into the call, or get them to brain dump to you everything they knew. We had a recent client that is a sport that I knew next to nothing about other than I could identify it. And I was like, hi, I need you to tell me everything you know about this. So I could speak conversational, like a shooting sport that I knew nothing about. I was like, just tell me everything. And then let me just back up this for a second. Here's another thing too. A lot of times, and this is a great thing, never underestimate working with your current clients and asking them, hey, what's coming up? How you doing? Do you have a new paint? Is there something you're, struggling with? What can I do? A lot of times your next bit of business is coming from your current clients. Always take that temperature, always be them in conversation with them. Be friendly with them, obviously, but never think that you're friends or you're going to be woefully disappointed, because it is just business. So just keep that in mind at all times, because sometimes it's harder to take the rejection from the client you have. Don't take that personally. And I know it's hard when you get more friendly with the clients, but don't take that personally. Okay, so what to say, who to say it to, how to say it. This is the biggest thing ever. Listen more, talk less. Let them talk. Let them get nuggets. Let them get it out, because you get nuance. Don't push to sell, let them talk. Eventually, they will come up with questions. The first word out of your mouth is never no. I'm not saying the answer isn't no, but it's not the first word out of your mouth. When I was a admission director for a private high school, I used to train my ambassadors, and I would say, when the parents come up to you and ask you, can our child take German? I was like, the answer is not no. People want information. They don't want no, and no is negative. So I was like, the answer to that question is the languages we have here are French and Spanish. Same thing if you're offering, a website. Do you customize websites using this particular page builder? Maybe you're not a page builder shop. So the way that we configure our websites is you didn't start with the word no. Give people information. Don't start with no. No shuts down a conversation. So never, ever, ever, the word coming out of your mouth is never no, even if the information is no. Other things to talk about. This was like one of the best pieces of advice that I had gotten, is that talk benefits with them, not the software. People buy benefits. Why do they get it from you? We have 15 years of experience. We have people working around the clock. This is our response time. Hey, one of our clients over here, they've said you can contact them. Feel free to contact this client and talk to them about us. You want some more information, they'll give you, I'm not going to get in the way of the conversation. Have a conversation with them. There's all sorts of ways of selling the benefit of you. One of the favorite things I had with one of the clients that I used to have, the bottom of their email, their tagline was, the greatest compliment you can pay this business is to recommend us to someone else. Great tagline. And it got business in the door. It got people thinking about it. So always make connections like that. Here's the other thing too. Always have a second call. Don't just limit yourself to a first call. And I know some people are call phobic. I used to have a boss who was like, why are we having all these calls? I was like, we had one call. Always have a follow-up call. It lets you have time to go and research more. There's probably some documentation they can send you on things you've discussed. There's probably maybe somebody else they can bring into a next call. It lets you research some points. Sometimes somebody will say something to me and I'm like, I have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. But I need time to get somebody to bring it in. And my answer is, let me talk to my team about that. That's a fascinating concept. And it merely means I have no idea what they're talking about, but I'm going to find somebody who does. always bring up for a second call. And then you have that possibility to then brainstorm with your team, bring in the right people, and then come up with like a high level estimate and overestimate it. Because otherwise, like seriously, like overestimate it. You know on your team who's good at estimating, and then you know who's not. And then you know, do I need to double this? Do I need to triple this? What do I need to do? And then on your second call, this is where you strut your stuff. Like, this is the point where it's more you talking than them talking. It's like, hey, picking up on your top 5 pain points. Here's what I want to talk to you about this. Like, just pick them up in order. This is what we want to talk to you about. This is our solutions. This is where we're going to go. This is where we feel like we can do this. And come up with a couple options. Here's plan A, here's plan B, here's plan C. Don't go more than 3 plans. Nobody can handle more than 3 plans. And, you know, clarify, go over, and then only after a second call, then say, hey, would you like us to give you a formal presentation, or would you like to be in discussion more? Don't fire hose them with like, here is my bill, here is what we're going to do right after a first call. No, it's always after a second call, and then after a second call, ask rather than tell. People like to be asked, and it's a great time to ask rather than, hey, this is what I'm going to do. Like, it just, I mean, just think about that. Like, it's sort of like a teenager with their parents. This is what you're going to do, child. You know, people want to be asked. Don't treat the clients like children. Treat them like people who have autonomy. So ask them, can I give this to you? And you'll be amazed. Sometimes they're like, you know, could we think about this more? Is there anything else? Like, give them that opportunity to form that relationship with you. At the end of the day, it's about relationships. And when they're ready for it, then give them the paperwork. Once they have the paperwork, let them sit with it. I will tell you the single most annoying thing that used to happen to me when I would go out to somebody for a bid, and I would be like, yeah, great, send me my proposal, what have you, is the next day they would email me and be like, hey, so what do you think? I'm like, oh my God, the only thing I am doing in life is not this. And then like the next day they're like, so following up, I'm like, stop it. Honestly, in my opinion, the primo way of doing it is like 4 days. 4 days. Like, ban yourself from the computer. Whatever you have to do, stop it. 4 days. And then after 4 days, it's like, hi, just want to follow up to see if there's any other clarifications we can make for you. Are there any questions? If anything's unclear, let us know. Happy to take a phone call or a Zoom call, whatever, you know. If you would like, let us know when you are ready. And then another 4 days, because you don't know, number one, is this the only thing they're doing? 2, do they have to, talk to somebody else in the company? What is their schedule? What is the other person's schedule? They have to talk, they have to marinate. And it starts making their stress level go up like this if you're emailing them too quickly. It doesn't give the impression. Let them marinate. You know, we're in this every day. They've got to think about it. They've got to think about it. Let them marinate. Let them take time. And then after you have that, then you can make that final follow-up. So that is it. Thank you for listening to me. You can find me everywhere at New York or Laura. And we have a little bit of time for questions. And I do realize that I am the person keeping you from dinner. So I do understand if you're going to race out on me. But if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Cool. Alex over there. Hello. Yeah, that's a great question. So the question here is, what happens when the person you are engaging with is not the person who has to make the ultimate decision. Yeah, I understand that, and I painfully had to deal with that in a previous job where I was the person who would vet things, and then I would walk down the hall to my boss, pray he was in the right mood, have to convince him it was his idea, and pray he signed on the dotted line. So I do understand the deep frustration of that. Usually one of the key questions that I do in one of the first calls is, hi, so who are the other stakeholders in this project? That's one of my opening questions that I do, or who are the other stakeholders? And then how will they interface with this? And you get the idea right away, like, aside from like, is somebody else making the decision, or is this the person making the decision and then they're foisting their choices on other people? Because that could end just as badly, right? So usually what I'll do is I'll ask that question, and then towards the end of the first call, I don't always say it on the call, but sometimes in the email, I'll find a way of saying, so I know we talked about these other people, it might be a really great opportunity on our second call to kind of like show off some of what we do, or if there's like what is the biggest pain point they have? Like, is there something very concerning that would help you? To land this with them, I would be happy to demo that. And I usually find a way, sometimes when it's like that kind of like power structure thing, I will use the phrase, our CEO would be happy to jump on the call with your insert name of title, whoever it is. And sometimes that makes that sale easier. Sure.
How is it that you condense or shorten sales cycles? Because obviously, time kills all deals, and then there's the competitiveness piece of it too. So it means that give me a couple of weeks because I'm checking out.
Sure.
You're the first company that I reached out to.
Yeah, no. So the question is basically like timing and sales cycles. So I will say yes and no about like time being the death of all sales cycles. Like at the end of the day, it's right and it's right or it's not right. Like, and sometimes I've been in a situation where somebody is just doing really early scouting, and they're trying to get all their ducks in a row because they have to pitch a budget and it's got to go through this person and that. So I don't necessarily agree with it that a longer sales cycle. Like sometimes I've sat through a 6-month sales cycle. I know that sounds crazy, but people have to get their ducks in a row. They've got to get their budgets in a row. Like I said, one of the first questions that I ask on a pre-email is, what is your timeline? Because, is it a firm due date? Like sometimes people are like, hey, I'd like this to happen by the end of Q2. And other times people are like, this absolutely positively has to be up by this date because we got a big event and we're unveiling something. So I find if I drive the conversation around their timeline, and this is another good selling point, and say, we have to be able to slip you into our schedule. I don't care if your schedule is empty as anything. We have to slip you in. There is nothing more motivating than your services. Ooh, we need to act now. Always, we have to slip you into your schedule. Another really cool thing, I don't know if anybody saw Cami McNamara's presentation earlier today, but she had a whole thing where she put her Calendly available times up, like when people can book appointments. I am here to tell you that absolutely no human being can book an appointment with me on a Monday or a Friday. Because first of all, I really don't want to take a meeting on a Monday or Friday because they're almost dead useless. But it also looks like I am booked every Monday or Friday. I'm also not available. Like, I don't want to walk into like a 9 a.m. meeting, like on a Tuesday with no preparation. So you can't book with me until 10 a.m. That, time, again, it gives you, like, my time is valuable, your time is valuable. And there is a certain cachet to being like, ooh, they're not impossible to reach, but they're busy. That's kind of an important expectation setting. Yep, John.
I'm one of the lucky folks who get some of that projects don't fit for web dev, and I get sent those things. So kind of also maybe possibly to learn question, which is when you're on the call and 3 minutes into what is supposed to be a 45-minute call, you're like, nope, this ain't happening. How soon into it are you, like, how much were you going to listen to, like, well, maybe it could go another way, before you're like, I'm hunting this person, I know they're not going to fit. But the side benefit of that is, not only am I not going to work with them myself,
Stop the John, because I want.
So yeah, a great question. If it's somebody that is truly the most horrible human being on the planet, I don't want to foist them off on those people. Yeah, 100%. At which point I usually like it, and this happens infrequently. If they are the most horrible human being on the planet, it's like, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, no, that was a great call. Great call. I try to end it as soon, like I just get it done. And then I mythically come up with, oh, I'm so sorry. Our schedule has just filled up completely. We can't slip you in for another 9 months. And then they go somewhere else. Like that's a good way of getting rid of them. And then the other folks of realizing it's not the right fit. It kind of depends, like where like what they say. Like I had one a couple months ago. Like when we will take on a support retain, and everybody again, you have your niche, right? Whatever it is. We will take on a support retainer client who is in a page builder. That's fine. We won't build from the ground up in a page builder. We are a Gutenberg shop. That is what we do. And we do it successfully. I had a guy who absolutely 100% was committed to us building in WP Bakery. It is not something we were going to do. And I finally, after like 10 minutes, I said, listen, I've got to ask. And this was somebody who had been with us before. I was like, I have to ask, is a hard line in a sand WP Bakery? I can tell you why we would prefer not to do it. These are our advantages. And I would start talking about things like SEO and other things. And his hard line in the sand was he absolutely wanted this site built in WP Bakery. And I said, listen, I don't want to be disrespectful of your time. I don't want to waste your time, but we're not going to be the right fit here. So listen, can I end the call now and let me see who I can find that might be the kind of person who might want to take on this project, and then I just get out of it. So it's I know that you didn't want the answer of it depends, but it depends. Yeah. Yes.
So we're in a WordPress event here. So when do you get into pitching the CMS WordPress, and if so, what are kind of your top benefits that you?
Yeah, I would say as a generality, sometimes people who come in our door, like 9 times out of 10 are WordPress. Like, yeah, they know WordPress is the CMS. I don't generally have to pitch WordPress so much as sometimes I have to pitch the block editor versus getting them out of whatever page builder it is that they wanted me to build it in today. Yeah, like sometimes if you're building an LMS, yes, please do build that in a page builder and add lots of weight to an LMS. So that doesn't happen so much. What does happen with us, I think a lot of times, is on the e-commerce side. It's like, hey, can you build that in Shopify? Which isn't really something we do. And then I will bring in somebody who is more of a WooCommerce expert that can talk about like benefits of Woo or what they're trying to do with customizations and things like that. So I find that I don't have to talk about WordPress as a CMS so much as I do WooCommerce versus Shopify, or sometimes there's like another third-party system that they're looking to use. I mean, the other thing too is if you hit our website, it is very obvious what we do is WordPress. It is part of our mission. It's everywhere. You would be hard-pressed to enter our website and be like, hey, can you build it in Wix? That's not usually a thing that happens to us. But I would say that's also part of your website copy. If this is what you do, like be like, these are the advantages to using it, and come up with like user advantages and then like behind the scenes, mechanics advantages. So you hit both sides. Like, what are the advantages to WordPress? If you feel like that's a sales tool you need for your market, put it out there. Yes. It's crushing. It's a great question. I would say with an RFP, figure out what really is your niche. I have learned that the last thing I want to do ever again is respond to an RFP that is for a city or state government. It's the worst. There's always a portal with 3 million little glitchy, itchy things that I've got to fill out that may have absolutely no bearing on building a website, but they have every bearing to do when they're hiring a plumber and they're using the same portal for everything in life. So we've kind of like figured out for us what's a good, because it is a dark hole you can go down, right? So if you're going to do it, make it something you're really good at. So we're really good at. I feel like I'm at the Oscars and I'm being played off. Which I do. I got like 1 minute to wrap up. That was good. I got one. She's like flailing the sign at me. Wow. Yeah, no. So the short answer on that is just we figure out a couple of like 2 to 3 really good businesses that we're really, really good at. And we're like, yes, let's go down those rabbit holes and spend the time on those. And there's others. It's like I said, like I never want to fill out an RFP for a municipality ever again as long as I live. So that's what it comes down to. And I have been given the high sign. So I'm going to wrap it up. If you want to find me, I am here all weekend long. You can catch up with me at New York or Laura. Thank you for coming.
My many artifacts, the list goes on. If you just say the words, I'll up and run onto you. Ooh, ooh, I do. Over you. Ooh, ooh, I do. Give me one good reason why I should never make a change.